the scenes until there's just this glaring issue that we can either attack or support. Because a lot of what's going on right now is we're getting backdoored a lot. And by that, I mean, there'll be a bill that looks good or innocuous or whatever, and then they'll try to make just a little change and it'll tweak something that doesn't seem too bad, but in terms of procedurally, it could be problematic down at the local level. And there's a great example of that. There's a hearing here this afternoon where they're talking about, it's like on 1329, actually that's this morning at 10, there you go. It's concerning public meeting accessibility and participation. And on the surface, this is a great thing. They're talking about how to allow the public to participate in your meetings and be available and all that. But the backdoor part of this is you're already doing that. And a lot of the stuff that they specify are things that you do and don't have any problems with. So kind of the position is, why would you put yourself in a smaller box? When nobody's unhappy, no rules are being broken, and the public's able to access, your commissioner meetings and your board of health meetings and all these public meetings that you're having, even during the pandemic. And so it's little things like that we're watching out for, so we don't get caught up into the future. And this is something that would have an impact, for boards of commissioners long after any of us are around. So we're just kind of trying to mitigate those. There are, a lot of different bills out there, obviously. And like we're saying, a lot of this stuff is going to get caught up and pulled down into fiscal committee. And we're probably going to see things probably not move very much. So like I said, we're watching right now and trying to figure out exactly what we need to spend our political capital on here as rural counties, as the little guy out here.
Okay, thank you.
So let's see. Oh, I see we're kind of at the end of the time. I want to be respectful of your guys' time. Is there any questions or comments or anything else that you guys have seen that you'd like me to look into?
I do have a quick question. If you have any kind of an update on 5045, Senate Bill 5045.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
something that might move.
Let me see where we're at on that, just to make sure. I like to check. The inspection program, it is in Ways and Means. It did move out of this first committee here. So
it was on the books last year and didn't go anywhere. So I'm curious if it's.
Yeah, and so the issue we've got on that, obviously Senator Warnock sponsored the bill. The issue is going to be it may get hung up in Ways and Means, and the funding component. So we'll see what happens. The budgets aren't codified yet. We don't exactly know where the transportation budgets are. And revenues, I think, are a big question this year. We were told ahead of time before session, well before session, there's going to be new taxes. Basically, revenue streams are going to be on the top of the list. And we're seeing that in the gas tax, carbon tax, things like until they get the revenue package figured out. I think that bills like this are kind of going to sit just on the sidelines and we'll see. It's kind of, well, let's see if we have money for it.
All right. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, any questions? No. Okay, thanks.
All right.
I think we're good for now.
Outstanding. Well, thank you very much. And I definitely appreciate the tie-dye.
Yeah. All right. Bye now.
All right. You guys have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I think that Aaron may be testifying on some of the,
Yeah.
his,
Right.
I know she is on the, I think it's 1110 she is testifying. She had, because she was, of course, the citizen member, one of the citizen members when we when we expanded the board. And so she was looking for some historical.
which we sent.
Yeah. She was like, do you remember what were your reasons for expanding? Because I think her argument is like, we don't need this. Boards will adapt and expand. If they need medical expertise or whatever, they'll seek it. And we're an example of, we have a 5-member board right now that we purposefully wanted folks with some medical expertise, technical expertise to advise the board of commissioners. So again, if it's not broke, why are we fixing it? And I did share the problem. We did have problems with a quorum before, was because the the two medical personnel that served on the, they were just, our meetings were not conducive with their schedules. And then if we had, which we, generally we have all 3 commissioners, but sometimes you don't. And then we couldn't do any business because it's like, oh, we only have two out of 3 is not good enough. 2 out of 3 is good enough if it's only a 3-member board, but not if it's a 5-member board.
We playing with fire alarm out there? Is that what's going on? It's a flashy strobe light going on out there.
It's a jailbreak.
Yep, jailbreak. I haven't heard anything. I'll keep you informed.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess. We've got about, just for folks on the phone or in the Zoom meeting week, we have about 10 minutes before the Public Works Director is coming in to go on with the agenda. So we're just going to sit here and do some work, some paperwork.
Is our lobbyist there, is he only scheduled for 15 minutes or is he scheduled for a full half hour?
15 minutes.
He has other counties that he
Right.
owns, so I think it's more or less his schedule.
Right, well, that's kind of what I'm wondering, because he calls in kind of 5 minutes after and then stays 5 minutes after the quarter, and
Yeah.
he must be just kind of running late on the last one, and that's why he pops into ours.
Yeah.
Essentially.
We can't really shorten our time because that he's coordinating with those other
Right.
counties.
So we have to leave a window for him to
Right.
fit in, right?
Plus that does allow the board some time to maybe continue to discuss proposed
Yeah.
legislation.
Right, right. Well, that's interesting. If you have to make a comment an hour before, it's like your 11:80 is going in at 10 o'clock, so too late to even make a comment. And I've heard from others that it's a black hole of comments and the comments never get anywhere.
Right. We discussed that on Friday at length on the lead steering meeting, was that people were asking that very same thing. It's like, what's happened? It's not like how we typically did things where you go, you sign in. If you sign in and you leave comments, are they actually getting to them? And they're like, they have to consciously go and look for your comments.
Which
That's different.
There's 10 times more comments now than there is
Right.
normally.
Right.
So nobody's going and looking for them. So
No, that's what they said. They're just overwhelmed with the amount of information that's coming in. And historically you would go and if you were there,
Right.
you could make your comments and they would hear from you.
And I get where they're coming from, because historically here, there's nobody here for citizen comment, and now there's a load of them.
Right.
So it's just easier access. I think more people are
Yeah,
filing on.
which is a good thing.
When you're
but
talking
it's-
about 10,000 people at a state level,
Right.
I think the comments get lost.
Yeah, what was it, 1,000 people signed up to comment yesterday on the
On the one
Cat
day.
magazine?
Yeah.
And even at 2 minutes apiece,
Yeah, you're never
days and days.
right.
Well, that's just it. Even if you just wanted to make a comment that, I support this bill, you're lost in a paperwork shuffle. There's no way they can necessarily keep track if they don't have it set up right.
And even when people do sign in, to sign in support, that's the big thing, or opposed to
Or
a
opposed.
bill. That's just a number on the screen.
Right.
Where it says, when you had 2,000 hair salon owners show up,
Exactly.
clog the things, nothing moved.
Right.
Yeah.
Lee, to get to your point though, I completely understand having to read every comment into the record is really difficult, especially when we have, you know, the way that you can provide comment now is just, it's an automated thing. It's already got the form letter there and it's just another name. That would take forever.
Right, and people are certainly welcome to, they can read their comment into the record if
Yes.
they want.
Yep.
And many do.
Yeah,
I've
they
done
do.
it before.
Yeah, you've done it before, that's fine. I mean, we've all done, I mean, I've done it on things where I'm commenting and but that's kind of on me to do that. Plus, my concern would be too, is if I'm reading or the clerk or whoever, you can make an argument that how it's read into the record could change the intent of the
Right, the
testimony.
tone, and
The
if you
tone.
accidentally say a word one way or the other, then you have an argument that it was purposely put in wrong.
I don't think there's any-
And I don't like that.
those are department time sheets you can look at.
I remember on public hearings where written comments were received, the chair usually makes a note, you know, that
We've received this,
10
right.
written comments in support of, and we received 10 opposed.
Right.
You know, and those are always part of the official record, and they're always available to the public if they are requesting.
Just,
So we can't talk about anything right now, other than, for the most part, the
well, I see,
pots and stuff.
I see the pots,
Oh, there
the
we
public
go.
works director's here, so. So no, we can't.
I can go
Yeah,
back
no,
out.
no, you're fine. We can anyway. I mean, it's fine. You wanna look-
Morning.
Good morning.
Are we signing that or no?
Those are just ones that but it's always good for you to just see.
A lot of those are housekeeping, there's not really.
Right,
Yeah, but it's always good that way you can look through.
educational.
Plus you can see if I'm, you know, transferring money offshore.
Buy a new airplane?
Yeah, buy a new airplane. It's a little gig Lee and I have.
I got mine in the swing.
Okay, good.
That's where all
Beach bought an
that,
island.
that's where all that airport taxes come
Thank
from.
you.
that you guys send them.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
How's your morning so far?
Good.
You're not breathing heavy, you didn't run, that's a good start.
Not too far, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's one thing, once we get all moved into the new admin building across the street, it'll be literally downstairs.
Downstairs,
Yeah,
downhill, yeah.
He'll have cramps in his finger from pushing the elevator. down.
That'll be the stairs.
The stairs. Yeah. I am
Yeah, I
looking,
feel bad for Rob as much as he's always over here.
Yeah.
He's downstairs, he's gonna be running 4 times a day.
yeah, up the stairs.
That's right, up and down.
Up and down. That's good. Yeah, be good for us.
I thought it was on there.
All right, we're running a little ahead, but I think that's okay. You
Okay.
wanna Go ahead and start whenever you're ready.
Sure. Let's see, we have another right-of-way settlement agreement for Old Mountain. Like I said, last week, we've signed up everybody, just processing the paperwork. So it won't be too much longer before we're able to advertise. Item number 3 is a request for concurrence to award that the striping bid to Stripe Right. And we opened last week. And item number 4 is this is to certify to crab our levy cert. That's due February 1st, so next week soon. This one always sneaks up on you right after the first of the year. And then we get to award the annual striping contract. Like I said, that's the first of our construction program, and we'll follow with some other projects. So Courtney Road, still working through the right-of-way negotiation piece with two last property owners and then the Forest Service. So Forest Service will take as long as it takes. And hopefully they won't find any new issues or critters that they want to protect. But all permits have been acquired and we're almost ready to construct. Old Mountain, we are ready to
So
put
you did
everything.
all of the ones on Old Mountain now? Is that the last one?
Yeah, we've got everybody. I think these are the last ones to sign and process for payment. So putting Old Mountain together, and then we're putting the projects for the paving project. This is the SDP funded paver on Roosevelt, Darlin. The project pieces will be the easiest. Just working through WashDOT's process is always challenging. And then to get approvals, I think we're still about 5 weeks to 6 weeks out for getting approvals. So we'll have everything ready way before that. So as soon as they pull the trigger, we'll be able to advertise. Actually, the paving project and the safety project are all dependent on their approvals. Maintenance, just kind of reacting and responding to winter weather challenges this week. But there's always roadside brush to remove, both in Goldendale and out east. We have weeds that are almost like trees. And then doing some grading, pothole filling, those kinds of things.
Just a housekeeping note.
Yeah.
Out on Centerville Highway towards Harms, that last windstorm we had blew a sign down.
Oh, okay.
On Horseshoe Bend, about, I don't know, 300 yards this side of Harms, to kind of let you know the T in the road is coming. It's propped up against the fence. It's been there for a week or so. Just thought I'd mention it.
Okay.
That's in that. It was kind of windy out there.
Yeah, that's in the first hard corner as you're
No,
coming back toward
it's
town.
literally, if you're heading towards the Klickitat River, right before you hit Harms Road, it's notifying you of the T. That is
Oh,
Harms
okay,
Road.
it's the big arrow.
So it's like 300 yards back that tells you there's a T in the road.
Yeah, okay,
And if they drive out there, they'll see it. They have to get close to Harms to see it though.
okay. Thank you.
Yep. Sorry to interrupt. I would have just forgot if I waited
No.
until the end.
Thank you, that's fine. Please do. Okay, the new building, not really a whole lot new other than the trades are all over there. Electrical, plumbing, HVAC, fire suppression, and then our low voltage contractor for the alarm systems and the cameras and all those kinds of things. They're all over there working, and it's pretty busy on the first floor. The electricians moved up to the second floor and started to put boxes in, but there's a lot of work on that first floor to start pulling things out of that where everything comes in. They'll be there for a while. Their plan is put the roof on the 1st of February, provided we have 2 weeks of good weather. So I think we'll be waiting for that window for a little longer, but eventually it'll show up. But they want to start closing things in on the first floor, get buy off so they can start putting insulation in mid-February. So, but that's all dependent on the roof going in. They did pour the stairs, so I think they're letting people walk on them this week. So the east end stairway gets you all the way to the 3rd floor. They're still working on the west end stairway because it has a shear wall right in the middle that goes all the way up to the top of the roof. So that one's not quite finished yet. But so no more ladders to get up there, which is nice. Let's see. So furniture, our first meeting, and hopefully you got notified, Jake.
I did.
Okay, of that meeting. You can come or not, or stay for a little while, see what's going on. It's up to you.
I'll be zooming in.
Okay. Let's see. Courthouse entry project. That's the next bigger one that's going to affect everybody here in this building. So the plan is we'll do one entrance at a time. And then the one with the ADA ramp is probably going to be the most challenging. And typically what we've done when this one gets shut down is we bring people with ADA needs through the basement because we have access to the elevator. So that's how we we tackle that. But it's temporary and it has to be done, so.
How long is this one gonna take?
The whole contract's 110 working days. Most of the work will be on the front, so you probably at least have, I don't know, a month of work out here, maybe more. So, but that's, like I said, we've had where the elevators have gone down, or we've had the entrances, we've had issues and had to close. So we've done this before. But I think our challenge right now is to get language into the contract for the demo work, because it'll be really noisy. We're gonna remove that concrete block of concrete out here, most of it, the stairway, and we're gonna do that with, you know, saws and jackhammers, and it'll be disruptive. Yeah, so, you know, trying not to just disturb the court's a challenge, but everybody else is going to be living through this. And so we'll try and, you know, minimize the noisy stuff for after hours or other times, but there will be noise. That's just the way it is. So we'll try and minimize that, though.
Wednesday
Just
sound
looking
like
at
a good
Lizzie.
day.
Yeah, after
Not
hours is
Tuesday
fine
or
as long as it's
Thursday.
not waking up sleeping people, and I hear that screaming, but
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know that we're ever gonna make everybody happy with that one, so do what you can, sir.
All right, we'll do the best we can. Jail control board, we've set up a temporary control room in the booking room for the sheriff's office, sheriff's staff. And that'll allow us to work in that tight spaces, which is the control room, to install all the new equipment, and that'll start next week. So it's basically a 2-week process, but it's somewhat disruptive for their staff, but it's the way it has to be. It's a pretty tight space to try and work, just to be in there to work, let alone try to construct this and have people in there too.
They're happy to accommodate.
Yeah, I think they're ready for a new system.
They are happy to do whatever you tell them to do.
We're trying to make it work for everybody. We'll get it done. Radio sites, SATUS pass, I think Jeff comes back. He comes back actually tomorrow. And then they're going to negotiate, I think, on Thursday with the consultant to try and come to terms with an agreement so they can move forward with designing. And then also work on the right of way itself. Juniper Point HVAC replacement, that was installed yesterday. So that work, we kind of prepped for it, our carpenter did, and then they actually installed the equipment up there for our radio system yesterday, and it's up and running. Klickitat site, construction is underway. Framing and electrical rough-in are done, insulation's done, and we've got those inspected, and they're hanging drywall. So they're moving ahead on that one as well. I feel like I got to the last page really quick today. Must be talking fast. So Woodland Road curve has kind of come up again. So the property owner sent out a letter or an email to the world. I don't know if it was over the weekend. WashDOT sent it to me yesterday, and they called to talk about the curve because they got notified. It's our region's director for WashDOT out of Vancouver got notified. He was one of the email recipients.
I didn't get this last email. By the way, I
Oh,
got all the emails before this one, apparently. Concerned citizen in the district.
I have copies and all. I just copied the text from the email. But I'll send the email. I'll forward that on if you'd like. But basically, we've been working with this citizen for a couple of years, since 2019, the end of 2019. Sorry, Lee.
Oh, this was sent a week or two ago. I did get this one.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and so if you look, I sent these photos or submitted those to you guys as well. And the one aerial kind of shows the problem. So we have a long straightaway, and then we have basically it's a 90-degree turn. And there's our county's full of these because, you know, this is how the road started, basically on property lines. So making these turns. So we went through and rebuilt Woodland. They should have fixed the curve, but they didn't, probably for economic reasons. So when we first looked at it, there were not a lot of signs out there. So in 2019, if you flip the page, we've added, all these signs are new. So if you look, this is basically what people are doing. There's a lot of driveways on the outside of that curve, so it's hard to fit signs in or more delineation. But this is a standard setup for a curve based on standards, national standards. That's how we do it. And we're required to do that by RCW. So this one's been set up. We also added, for extra visibility, we tape the posts so they light up at night too, which is not normal. We had before this, and even still, we've had no records of collisions. So off our radar until the property owner called. So what people do is they low visibility when it's foggy out. And the property owner admits in their letter and with our conversations that the property owners are, or the drivers are under the influence of something. And so basically they just go straight. They continue to go straight, even with all this delineation. I think the last two that the property owner talked about went between signs. So
I was told by the property owner as well that they've literally fishtailed, swerved, and came through clear down in the middle of the field as well.
yeah,
So it's not just a narrow little gap, it's,
yeah,
So it's the property that's to the north, correct?
the red line at the
Yeah.
top here. all the way
yes,
down.
yeah.
Okay. My,
Yeah, so they, you know, they run through, and then the fence is the obstacle that's in the way, the property owner's fence. So,
And you
The
can see the
next-
house in the back of the next,
Mhm.
that's the one.
yeah, so next options that we have, so the property owner wants us to put basically a barrier up perpendicular to the path, the driving path, which is a no-no. It's like putting a brick wall in front of somebody. It's, guardrail is, if you look at it on a road, it's made so that you hit it at a glancing blow.
Right.
And it redirects you back on. And it's considered less of a hazard than what you would run into beyond the guardrail. So it's steep slope that you would roll on, or a utility pole, or a rock, something that's worse than the guardrail to hit. So right now, you know, if we were to put guardrail out here, it would be around that perimeter of that curve. That might be a way to do it, but because of all the driveways,
Yeah.
you can't do it.
Right.
And like I said, we would not put anything perpendicular to that path.
Yeah, because that's what they commented to me. At first, they wanted a guardrail to go down the entire perimeter of their property. And I told them that doesn't defeat the purpose of deflection, and explained all that. Then they wanted Jersey barriers down the whole length of the driveway, and I told them we weren't gonna kill somebody by them running into a head-on collision. So I don't know that they're gonna be happy with any option that isn't one of those two, but. Sir?
Yeah, I don't have tools for impaired drivers.
Right.
I got nothing in the toolbox. The sheriff has the one tool, but it's a random occurrence. And so it's really hard to prevent that in this case. My next set of tools to try and help, because we're just trying to keep people on the road, whether they're impaired or not. So I can, for a really minimal cost, is to fog seal the curve and then put striping, because we're going to stripe normally every year. And so it's pretty cheap per foot cost to stripe that curve with fog line. And it'll benefit all the drivers,
Right.
especially in low light conditions. The ultimate fix is to correct the geometry. And that's something that may be possible. But I need we have grants, safety grants that, this might lend itself to, but I have to have data to support me doing that. And that's what the collision reports are for.
And I would imagine if you do that, you have to go to these people and take a big swath of their yard to round that
Yes, we'd
corner.
have to buy right away from them to do
Yeah.
that. Yeah. And I don't know that it would take a lot to fix it. But I can't, like I said, I can't fix the impaired driver piece.
Right.
I got nothing for that.
And that's the hard part for me, to take land away from somebody or pressure them to give it up. When you're working on an impaired driver that's gonna drive through whatever fence is there anyway. So,
So what I'm seeing on the IMAP though is that we have the right of way through most of that except for this person who wrote the letter.
Yeah, we don't have anything on their
We don't
side,
have
but
anything on their side. We have everybody else's though.
yeah. And we probably either have prescriptive or we might have an easement. I don't know without researching it. So we may have a 30-foot easement on their side and they don't show up on the GIS system. I talked to WashDOT. They actually sent me the email and then called me because they, we would do that too. It's just like when the person complained on 142
Right.
or
We hand it
141.
off, right.
We contact them and pass it on because it's their facility. And that's what they said. They have to write a letter. They'll write a letter that says, thanks for, your concern, but this is the jurisdiction of the county and it's up to them to solve this issue. So that's how it would go. And our next step, like I said, is to fog seal and stripe and see if that helps. But I have to start collecting data, collision reports. And so we told the property owner, you can put in a collision report. You can identify that this occurred and turn it in. Because they're hit and runs basically is what happens for the most part.
in full disclosure, the property owner, both the husband and wife, both told me that they don't believe the fog sealing or striping would do any good because they're drunk and they're gonna go through it anyway, which is why they want the druid grid. Which I told them wasn't gonna happen.
So the only other thing that I can see is where the Mercy Lane and those driveways, you could put a barrier going around that corner to keep the drunks on the road, which I don't know if we'd rather have them in the field rather than on the road anyways, but then you could change those roads to come into a T somewhere on Woodland Road further south, which would, you'd need Gary Maklavetsky to sign off on. But that still doesn't fix the problem if they're going into the field halfway down it after fishtailing around it.
Yeah, I can't, the county can't fix the driveway issue.
Right.
Because unless, I can only change it if I change the curve. If I move the curve over, then I have an opportunity to do something and combine all those driveways into one and not this big wide approach, which is a challenge on that curve to do a lot of, because what we might do is another tool, we put those guideposts, those flexible guideposts that kind of help line out that curve. But I can't do it here because of that wide driveway right on the outside of the curve. It won't do any good.
What about the little, I guess I would say reflectors that in the road where they like dig out the little divot on the fog line to put the little tiny reflector in the road on the fog line?
Yeah, we can do that where we have a pavement depth. Most of our roads are a double shot of chip seal, which if we grind through will be in dirt.
Yep.
So, but yeah, that would be a great option too.
Okay.
And anything on the surface this time of year,
Yeah.
it won't last. It'll
Right.
get scraped off
Right.
from the plows. So I think my recommendation, because all these approaches, we want to get to that level where we solve the problem with the least amount of dollars. That's what traffic safety tries to do. If we put everything out there at once, we have nowhere to go. So we try and incrementally improve it until we get to that level where we solve the problem. Whether we will or not, because of the driver behavior, I don't know.
So is it the homeowner's responsibility when somebody plows through your fence to go out there and fix it?
Yeah, so you would get there, it'd be like an accident. Basically, it's an accident. So you'd collect their information, your insurance company would go after their insurance company, and that's how you would be made whole.
And
Typically, because
according
it's
to
a
the
civil.
landowner, they only caught one of the vehicles and it was down the street with a busted oil pan. Most of them, they find the accident scene and just a bunch of beer bottles and marijuana paraphernalia, and the car gone. It's been towed out in the middle of the night, according to the landowner.
Well, if it's always happening in the middle of the night, you don't have to worry about the kid out there, hopefully.
So anyway, I just wanted to bring you up to speed on that. WashDOT did contact me, what they said, and what our next steps should be in this case.
Yeah, I don't know that the striping is going to do any good for impaired drivers. Maybe it will. It's worth a try.
Yeah.
But I don't know how willing I am to go farther than that because of the driver issue.
Yeah, like I said, it'll be challenging to get, there is a safety grant coming up that we're gonna apply for a lot of the, like where we got the signing upgrade and the more guideposts, those kinds of things. This is a project that you could put in for that spot safety location. The challenge is usually you use the collision reports to justify that that's your justification. I don't have any.
Well, and I'm far more likely to want to spend those dollars on car-to-car collision than car-to-fence collision with limited
Yeah.
dollars that we have.
Yeah.
And that's what I tried to explain to the landowner too. It didn't work.
Is the speed limit 35 through there?
Yes. Yeah, and I think there's, I don't know if you can see it here, there's an advance warning that gives I didn't bring that picture over, that gives the speed reduction for the curves.
What about, I'm just thinking, brainstorming out of my head, what about the big arrow chevrons in the road painted on? That I've seen places, just throwing ideas out.
So the challenge for all these traffic solutions is,
They can't be drunk.
well, no, but I have to use my tools that I can use on the road, signs, striping, guidepost, all those kinds of things. They're specified as a national standard that I have to follow, and the state adopts them for counties in Washington state on a you shall do this basis. So if we don't do that, then we open ourselves up for liability. So I have to, it's really important that I follow that manual. Cities, it says you may follow this. So basically they have lots of latitude. So if you drive through a city and you see something that looks kind of funny, that's, different. It's because they can do those kinds of things. I'm really limited.
Are we getting any complaints? So there's that 90-degree curve, and as you move west on Woodland, there's another 90-degree curve at the end of that straight stretch. Are we getting the same complaints out of that location?
No, and that's usually, if I fix this one, I may hang them up on the next one.
Right.
That's kind of how it works, because it's a long straightaway to the next 90-degree
And the
turn.
next one, if you go through it, you're not landing in a field, you're hitting a building.
Yeah.
And it's what I tried to explain to the homeowners. There is a lot of weird, funky designs like this one in our county.
That's how I plan to proceed, is the fog seal and the striping on the edge lines. And that'll be this summer. And like I said, WashDOT, I think they're taking care of, they're okay with how we're proceeding and our solutions.
Okay.
Okay, electric charging stations. So as part of the building, we have 2 electric charging stations for vehicles, and they're going to be in this angled parking in front of the building. There are 2 of them. So the question that comes up is to charge people to use them or not. And the contractor's asking us, because it's, of course, it's they come with that ability, but they're not set up to do that. It's like $1,500 a station more. But the problem is, and this is what happened at Trout Lake Park when we got a system that, because we had the honor system for the dump station out there. And so we're like, okay, how can we, make sure we're capturing the revenue from people that are actually using the facility? So there was a company that had a electronic, you could use your credit card, and basically that opened up the flap so you could use the system. The problem was the system cost more per year to have there than we were losing. So we actually lost money having the system more than if we just did the honor system and we lost money that way. So this is kind of the same thing. It's $265 a month to have a pay system in place, which would mean each charging station would have to charge, there are about 36 vehicles a month to pay for that. We have 2 of those, so we'd have to charge 70 vehicles essentially in a month to break even if we had people pay for it. So, and I don't think there aren't that many vehicles, so maybe a simple solution is to get started is just have them available during the day, flip the breaker at night. And so people aren't leaving their cars there and charging them overnight. But during the day, they're there to be used. It's about if you stay for 20 minutes and do a quick charge, you're using about $7 worth of electricity to charge a vehicle on a 20-minute quick charge.
How far will that get the vehicle?
It's about an 80% charge. So it depends on the vehicle, but it'll charge it up about 80%.
Are these charging stations mandated by law to be there?
There's a lot of energy stuff. They are not.
So these are put in front of the building by choice of the county.
Yes. Yeah, yes.
Where do we see this in 5 years? Do you see we're gonna need 15 charging stations in 5 or 10 years down the road, and we can expand on that? And when we hit this, mass number of cars that need to be charged every day coming, people working at the county, because right now it might be, if one person has a Tesla that works at the county in the office building, they're gonna charge that thing every day. That's your 30 charges a month.
That's gonna be a designated parking spot.
If you have people, I talked to Krista because she has 2 electric vehicles, and so she's really familiar with the charging stations. And so some of them, the ones she's used, it was a monthly fee. So, and it's like having an account with Chevron. And so you go to these charging stations and you pay $15 a month, and you can charge however often you see one.
That's my thinking is if we're not gonna charge, I don't think the regular taxpayer should have to be on the hook for somebody's fuel for their car, just like I wouldn't expect a battery powered car to pay for my gas. So I would like to see them charged in some way, shape, or form. Now I understand we lose money doing it by the whatever. So if we did it even by the parking permit, in order to charge there, you had to pay a monthly fee, and it was just that, that you needed a charging permit to use those. That's fine. At least they're paying something.
I think, over time, I just see with both on the federal and state level that, with the talk about carbon taxes and fuel taxes, that these will become more of a viable option. I think that's what they're pushing us toward. So in the future, I think they will be more needed.
Right. And I get that. I just, in my district, this is the first I've heard of this. I guarantee you my phone is going to blow up. And it's not that I'm opposed to them. And I don't think it's necessarily that they're opposed to them. They just don't want to pay for it because those same vehicles aren't paying for diesel in their truck.
Yeah.
So I want to try to, if possible, throw ideas out that we can kind of make everybody happy and
Is there a way to not to put the infrastructure in, but not put in the charging? Because I think, like right now, this is really speculative because, 70 vehicles a month, there's not 70
no,
vehicles in the whole county,
No.
I suspect.
especially
Now, that doesn't mean there's not going to be, and I agree, I think that we're moving towards that. And it's way easier to plan for it now for something we're gonna need in the future. That's why I'm wondering, is there a way to just not, it's optional on our part. I mean, it was not mandatory, it was not, we didn't have to do it. But can we, basically put the conduits in, put everything in for these charging stations and just don't put them in right now? Because I'm really troubled by the idea of just making free. Because that doesn't, I don't go out to the county shop and fill my rig, with gasoline or diesel or anything, just because, well, it would be too hard for a card lock, charging system. But I think $265 a month for each one of those, just for an app seems,
yeah,
And
that seems like we're wasting money
Right.
just because we're never gonna, I suspect we would do this. And we would, we're not, I just don't see us ever breaking even on that. Just like we did, as you said, at the Trout Lake, the park, where it cost us more than what we were losing.
right.
Yeah.
So in the grand scheme of we're supposed to be looking after the assets of the people, that doesn't seem very fiscally sound. And so that's, I'm wondering, is there a way we can kind of, when the need arises, we can add it without having to cut the sidewalk and put stuff in and I don't know.
Yes, we can do that, yeah, and this is the one system that comes with the equipment, doesn't mean there isn't another one, because Krista said that they actually send them a fob. So you pay your $15 a month, they send you a fob that works in these devices, so I don't know that there isn't something where we could, like we do up at the fairgrounds, you issue them a key, and they turn the key, when they need to charge, they pay a monthly fee and they can use it. So that's the one way that the manufacturer of the equipment gives you, which they're making money forever, basically off you, and you're only gonna pay for it if you have a high demand.
What is the cost to install this thing? Any idea, ballpark top of your head? Won't hold you to it.
I wanna say, I'm gonna say 20,000.
That's a much better number than I was expecting.
So another, if we buy it so that at one point, can we buy it so that if we only get 2 or 3 vehicles a month, that's a pittance, and I don't care if we're charging somebody's car who drove from White Salmon to get up here to Testify to drive back. Because you can't just go to the gas station and buy it, and there's nowhere else this area to charge.
Yeah.
Now, if we buy the equipment so that maybe that's kind of the idea, we're thinking we're gonna get 4 or 5, it's free, we can see how much runs through that thing a month. And if we're getting 70 vehicles, then we can then start charging, switch it over and charge for it. So that way we have the capability. Right now, we're minimizing the impact, the cost to the county. But if it shows that we can make money on it, then we can just, turn on the app or whatever. Or, you get people, like all things, you get people, give it to them for free for a while, get them hooked, and then you start charging them, like good business.
Yeah, I think there's other ways to, more mechanical, not electronic ways to make this work. Like the key, turning the key to turn the power on, kind of an idea. I think we just have to explore it, but I just kind of wanted to talk about just the thoughts on, pursuing something like that, period, or.
Like I said, I agree with Jake that if somebody's got a battery powered car in White Salmon, they should be able to come here and have a way to charge it to get home. I'm fully okay with that. The cost doesn't scare me. I just want to make sure that if somebody came here to testify in their Volkswagen Bug that's gas, they paid their own fuel. I want the electric guy to pay his own fuel too. I don't want, because that's where I'm going to hear the pushback.
Okay.
Not only do we have to buy our own gas, but we have to buy your battery power too. That's where I'm gonna hear the complaints, so.
Okay,
There isn't a company that we can just partner with that's looking for charging stations that wants to take care of the whole dang thing. We just provide the power out to it.
It's gonna be based on volume, and that's why the Trout Lake Park one, there were two pay options, basically, if you're, and they look into it. How many users are you gonna have? And we'll just take our cut from the users straight away. But or you can do the minimum fee and the user, and we didn't have enough users.
Right.
to make it work.
That
make
one I
it
can understand, yeah.
Yeah.
Where are these charging stations? Are they gonna be on the end of the parking row, or where are they gonna be?
There's one up close to the front door they're all the angled parking on the street. There's two, and there's one at either end, so that the station can actually be off on the,
I guess that's another one of
Landscape.
my worries is you're gonna have designated parking.
Parking
Somebody's gonna
spots.
roll in there and never leave for the rest of the day. They're gonna be parked in there Monday through Friday, so you're gonna have somebody come up to testify and the spot ain't gonna be there because somebody that works here is parked in it.
well, we could sign them that, that they're only to be used for charging. And then, it becomes an enforcement issue, but
Yeah,
we can do that.
yeah.
All right, well, I'm gonna rely on you to come back with some other options,
Okay.
because I don't like any of the options.
He's not far off.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gravitating towards the idea. I just want to alleviate a few concerns and then I'm fully on board.
Okay,
I thought we were gonna be on time.
I know. I do have
Sorry.
one quick, I'm just planting the seed. We have discussed over the last 3 years, the surplus county property, getting that back on the tax rolls. And I just don't want us to lose that. As far as some of that is, the only reason I mention it to you necessarily, some of them are, road department properties, some of them potentially are, and that's, I just want to start working on that because we've been talking about it for
Yeah,
3 years.
yeah, anything we can get rid of and we don't need,
That we don't need.
We got charging stations to buy. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know. We got charging stations to buy.
All right, yeah, I just almost got the property for the bridge transferred over and taken care of last year, but there were some questions with the deed that I need to work out with Greg.
Right.
But we're very close to that one, to making that one come out of the treasurer's
Right.
pile and into the county.
Yeah, and I recognize, some of them, like the county, the road department ones, then obviously those dollars have to go back into that fund. I mean, it's more complicated than people think, but
Well,
it's just,
there's one
again,
road
it's, we've
department
got,
one that's really, God, I don't know. I know why you have it. Nobody wants it.
so. Okay, anything else before I, nope, okay.
Light my morning, Gordy. Thank you.
Thanks.
See, I don't know if Brenda's outside or.
I'll hear about charging stations. Maybe in a good day, words.
Sorry.
Well, the crazy thing is this is the first I've heard about it.
Thanks, Lee.
It's fine. No big deal.
Yeah, he got us all riled up, so you gotta deal with this now.
Oh,
No,
that's okay. I'm
I'm
probably
just trying to
gonna
scare her.
yeah. She doesn't scare very easy.
No, she doesn't.
I tried to
I
scare her.
scare from her a bit, but, you
If I
know.
get scared or I get mad, everybody better watch out. Because I don't do that very well, either one of them. Thank you, Lee. It's a rare occurrence. I'll put
What do
it
you
that
think of
way.
our fancy map down here?
Yeah, I don't understand what that map's for, though.
Elevation, snow load?
Is that what it
Snow
is?
load.
Yeah,
I saw him put it up, but I got,
Hey, look, she walked
they're
through the
pretty,
opening.
pretty tie-dye.
am I not
We
supposed
just,
to?
no, we just added another cord so people could walk.
Could walk.
You Oh. fixed it. Okay.
Thank
I
you.
wrote on it because I had a typo. I was reading, I'm like,
Oh.
can I give this to you? that you
Sure,
drop
you
off
bet.
upstairs? Yep. Yep, sure can. Okay, so elections, we've got an election going on. Gordy's gonna make sure that our ballot boxes, if we have snow, stay cleared. because you see there's only probably one that might not have snow. So February 9th in the 4 school districts are Bickleton, Lyle, Roosevelt, and Trout Lake. Ballots have started. We've been getting our returns already. They were mailed Wednesday. I don't know about you, mine were in
I
the
got
mail
mine
Friday.
here. Yeah.
Mine's in the Dropbox, so.
Hannah was home between her trips, so we made sure she voted.
Oh, that's good. She could always, go online and get a ballot and mail it.
No, I have it.
Okay,
She submitted it.
okay. So we didn't open all the boxes this time. Normally I open all the boxes, but I found that that's not always great. It's not cost effective. So, especially where we're so spread out this time with this election. Any questions on the elections? Okay. Finance, I was out for a couple of weeks, which about killed off my finance department, which was Heather and Nicole. And there were many, many more hours than 40 hours a week put in by the two of them. I will say that. Kudos to them. I did what I could from home with slow internet. And so the W-2s, 1099 miscellaneous, they changed that up this year. It's only for medical and rents, and the NECs is everything else. That's non-employee compensation, and the S's are land purchases. They've all been submitted to the vendor and should be mailed by the end of the month. We're waiting for hard copy forms for the 1099Gs, and those are the businesses that receive grant funds, specifically COVID grants, but they're, and they're not, anyway, that we give out. And ACAs, 1095 ACAs and those 1099Gs are due to be submitted until the 28th. So we're doing okay there. We appreciated every department's timely submission of timesheets because the first, 2021 kicked off just about the way 2020 went out. We had the first 2 pay periods. We had 3 days to get everything entered, processed, and approved, and the ACH released. So we're hoping things slow down a little. We did hire someone for the accounts payable deputy. They'll start February 1st. We've reposted the accountant position, and we've gotten 1 submission. That's it. So I'm not real.
Local or out of the area?
It's local, but I would
Right.
like to have a larger pool to look at. Yeah. So just kind of, it's kind of disappointing. But in licensing, the remote assistance to the public remains challenging as well as very time consuming on all parts, our end and the public's end. The phone calls on Monday mornings are enough to drive us nuts because people want to know how to get their vehicle licensed. What do we have to do? And they're all valid questions and whatever. So nothing's new overall in that department.
Have you had an opportunity, are the tent outside, are folks using that?
Not in our office. We have DOL computers. So how are we going to do that?
No, I'm
I
just
don't know.
asking.
No. And Gordy offered that up, and I think it's a wonderful opportunity. We could have really used that during the general election when we had same day voter registration. We had all this other. We could have really used that then. But
Here.
well, I'm just saying. No, that's not. I'm just making a general comment.
I know. Well, if you can think of anything to help improve your circumstances, let us know.
Yeah, I think when we first open the building, it's going to be a race for our licensing counter, and we're going to have to, reassess how many chairs are available and how many people can be in the lobby, all that kind of a thing. But I think all of the public is looking forward to that. We've sent a few people that didn't want to deal with notaries and such down to Stevenson or to Yakima or somebody else that has a sub-agent that's open. Stevenson, they're open. They're in a different phase than we are, so they can be open. Some people say, I'm not going to fill out those forms. I don't have a computer. I'm not downloading them. I'm not going to pay a notary, on and on. So it's been a challenge. Recording, same thing as last month. Last time I was down here, they continue to increase, serving the public remotely. Overall, there's nothing new. Frustrated people because they can't come to the counter. Meeting people outside, and that's not, Tori may end up using the tent for, marriage apps and stuff. I mean, we do it on the computer. We don't have remote access, which I talked to Jeff about getting remote access so people can go in and they can do their marriage license online, and they can, come in and we'll meet them at the door and give it to them or whatever. So I'm trying to figure out what we can do there, and those funds would come out of the auditor's O&M. So no changes in the veteran stuff. Still can, certain people remotely. Last week, a good portion of my time, and as well as Brandy's, was taken up working on the Wasac appeal. That was turned in the 25th, with additional financial information can be turned in later, but hopefully we got everything submitted to them.
Thank you for doing that.
Well, yeah, I felt horrible. I didn't see that email. Of course, it was 3 days after my surgery. And I thought I'd gone through and looked at all of my emails, and oh my goodness, I missed that one. So, questions, anything? You guys? No? Wow.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Kind of. So waiting for the other shoe to drop here. Figured we have 2/3 of a new board. I'd have lots of questions.
Next.
No, they sterilize.
No, next week, next time.
Yeah, next month, third year ago.
Okay, so
They're saving it.
I'll just drop this in the commissioner's box when it gets done.
Okay, thank you.
Downstairs here. And your cards, I put on Libby's desk.
My what?
Your card. You know what I'm talking about, your
No
card?
idea, I'll find out after.
Credit card.
Oh, right, got it.
Yeah. So, okay, I'm out of here. Owen, Lee's waiting to, okay.
Yeah, I have no, I'll talk to you later.
No, what? No, go ahead.
No, no,
Okay. All right.
take the day off.
Take the day off.
Jake just gave you the rest of the day off, did you not hear?
I took a month. I'll say, we'll have hard
I don't
questions
think
for
my
you
staff
next
would
month.
Would appreciate it much, yeah.
Probably not. 2 weeks was enough. I was working from home.
I'll tell your staff thank you.
All mine. Wow, that's kind of weird.
Kind of weird, huh?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
What's weird?
Well, I don't know. It's just like, it just looks different. It's a different layout.
The guy in District 1's way more handsome than the old guy in District 2. And that's what it is. I didn't even make him blush, look at that.
You couldn't tell if I was.
Are we waiting on Dave, I'm assuming?
Yeah. Like wet. She must have sprayed or something, huh?
Yeah, did she not wipe good?
Well,
That's what the towels are over there. You want me to get you one?
no, I got it. You guys get my email with the attachment for the quarterly?
What's in our packet? Unless
It's
there
not
was
in the packet. I just sent it out this morning.
Oh, hold on.
I only got it this morning, so
I haven't got one.
it'd be in your emails.
Did you send it to BoCC?
Yeah.
No, don't have anything this morning.
Maybe it goes to Lee.
Oh, that's good.
Maybe she vets it all for you guys before she sends it on.
When you send these to them, you guys send them to them.
Oh,
Because we're in here, we don't look at the DOC.
Good morning.
good morning. Happy Tuesday, second Monday in a row. So just a quick departmental update. I've been Well, I attended the Bitchin' and the White Salmon City Council meeting, and we are going to do kind of like a quarterly meeting. So I'll get on their schedule here sometime soon. And then I'll let you guys know when that is. I just think that we need to be a little bit more cohesive with the other side of the county, and that just hasn't happened. And now that we have Zoom, I think it's a little bit more easy to do with the timing of their meetings. So definitely was a good meeting. I tried to do Golden Dale a couple of times in a row, and this last Golden Dale council meeting, it just kind of kept going on and on and on and on, and then on some more. And I was just finally, like, after an hour or so, I was like done. So
Were you just waiting for like public comment afterwards to introduce yourself? Or?
yeah, so I did send emails over to Larry and to Mike, and I still haven't gotten any response. So I just need to push that a little bit harder. And yeah, so, but I'm trying. The management plan is still in draft, and it's got some minor revisions that need to be made, but it's still on our solid waste webpage if anybody's interested in reading it or got any comments about it. So. And then with the litter crew program, I brought John with me today. He is our new litter crew supervisor. He's
He's the guy.
He's a guy. He is on our 3-month full-time temporary. So he's going to be taking care of the adult and juvenile delinquents.
Cool. Well, welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And yeah, so we're getting them trained up. We did go out yesterday and picked up an illegal dump. So hopefully there was
Where at?
out between White Salmon and Houston.
Thank you for that.
You're
There was a lot of talk on the online chatter about between Houston and BC.
Oh, I did see that. Yeah. Okay.
And so Ruby jumped right on it, and they went out there and took a look at it. And it looked like somebody was just driving down the road because it wasn't there the day before, and it was spread all the way up the dang thing.
Yeah, and unfortunately, yeah, and a lot of that is from having unsecured loads. So I'm hoping that we can have a much more robust conversation about that this year and really start cracking down on something.
Was that what it was? Was you think it was just unsecured load, or did someone
yeah.
just
No, it's an unsecured load.
Or maybe
I had
secured that became unsecured.
unsecured? Yeah, because I did have I guess an incident, I'll say this morning, where somebody in my part of the world stopped. I mean, I saw they went by them and then they stopped and they were getting out to throw stuff off into the ditch.
Wow.
And stopped and they saw
Right.
and
So, yeah.
got and took off.
Yeah,
So
and this
it's like, I
last
can't
weekend-
imagine. It's like, really, it's so much, that's so much
Right.
easier than just going to or find a dumpster somewhere. I
Yeah.
mean,
Right. This weekend, there was a problem at the transfer station.
it was on Forest Service land.
Oh.
So.
Those are illegal dumps for sure. If you see an illegal dump, yeah, be sure to get on our webpage and,
Take a picture of the license plate.
Yep.
yeah, that too. But do a report. We have something on our webpage where you can report that, and then we'll have it taken care of. Unfortunately, there wasn't really enough in the bag to send out tickets for an illegal dump. But yeah. So anyway, he's doing trains right now. I wanted to be able to get him going like maybe the first part of February, but I think it'll be the second week of February before I can actually get him out on a crew. I still got to get him deputized. And we're still kind of trying to hash out the hours and what that alternative schedule is going to look like. Because I think we're going to go to Saturday and Sunday, but just not every weekend to do the juveniles. So 2 days of juveniles, 2 days of adults, and then maybe alternates, so that he doesn't work all weekend, all weekends. We're still trying to hash that out. And so anyway, with the recycling program, Michelle's been pretty busy. She worked with some local businesses with Forge Inc. to get out the annual Klickitat County recycling newsletter schedule, which is also on our webpage. So if people need a copy of that, it's there. They've mailed it out to about 12,000 households. And like I said, if y'all need a copy or anybody else needs a copy, it's on our webpage. Her and Abby worked together to do a recycling competition with 4-H, and the winning team was the Green Girls. And they figured that based on the way they recycled, that if everybody recycled that way, they'd be able to recycle like 5,202,000 pounds of recycling each year. So it's actually kind of cool to look at it in those terms. And then also we worked with Dirt Huggers this year to do a discounted or donation program for Christmas tree disposal. And all that money got donated to the local fire departments. So that was kind of successful, and I think we'll probably do that again next year. And she also participated, Michelle participated in the Washington Recycles Every Day Committee, and she's also joined the Goldendale and Mount Adams Chamber of Commerce so that we could get better connected with county businesses. And then she also participated in the Mount Adams member get together and did a tea and coffee with members virtually. And she also was at the White City Council meeting that I attended to discuss recycling and kind of where we're headed. So, so she'll probably be involved with some of those updates with me as well. And then with Republic Services, the hauling unit is finally fully staffed, but they're still experiencing some issues with COVID. They finally received a tight access truck. However, since they got it, it has been in the shop to get repaired. So I'm not quite sure when it's going to get out on the road. We've also been having conversations about the blue bags and going to a cart. However, as you well know, that's going to take a complete changeover of their trucks. It's a complete change of process. So we're definitely having more serious conversations about it, and hopefully we'll see the beginning of an implementation to the change towards by the end of the year. And obviously, like I said, it's a changeover completely of what they do now, and they need different trucks to be able to do it, which takes money and time and planning. So, and we're also trying to get the commingled cans at the transfer station switched out with cans that have lids on them, because contaminated recycling just comes back as residual. And if it gets contaminated with rain and snow, then I mean, where does that leave them? So we're trying to get those cans switched over to having lids. And then lastly, the budget update. Tonnage for December was higher than anticipated. And the 2020 tonnage total was 2,330,637, which is about 24,000 tons less than 2019. And later on this afternoon, we'll be able to give you a little bit more insight to that, and of course the trajectory of where it looks like we're going. So looking forward to that. Any questions? Legislative updates, I didn't put on this one, but I'll start with my updates for my next update.
No, I'm good.
So we're down 1% for the year. When we first went into COVID, weren't we down over 15 or more than that percent?
We went down.
And so we made
And we
that.
made a lot of
Yeah.
static out of where it finished.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody
Trajectory's good.
necessarily thought that was gonna be the case.
All right, well, we still don't know what the future's gonna hold either.
Now, if you could get him to go out and get 20,000 pounds here real quick, 20, what were we missing?
24,000 tons.
Yeah, 24 million tons.
Laying
Well,
around.
he
Whip
can't-
that out and then put it on last year's, and we'll be fine.
But we don't get money for our tonnage.
For our
So, yeah.
But if you can get those workers to come up with 24,000 tons, we've got some trash issues.
No more
Okay,
questions?
no, we'll
All right,
Thank
see you
you.
this afternoon.
okay, welcome aboard, you guys.
Yep, thank you.
Good luck out there.
Welcome to you,
Thank
sir.
much. Is the PUD logging in, or are they gonna try to come in? Do we need to? check?
No, nobody comes in right now until I get the word that we can.
Okay, I do see them on,
yes.
I see that PUD. Just a couple minutes ahead, but I don't know if, Jim Smith, are you Are you on the Zoom? If not, we'll give you a couple minutes.
*6 to unmute yourself.
Or you could turn your camera on too. It might be nice to see you. Apparently not.
We'll make a phone call.
Okay. Well, it's a couple minutes, but yeah, I'm surprised.
There, can you hear us now, Dave?
Oh, there we go. Yes.
Sorry about that. How are you guys today?
Good. Good. Working our way through stuff. So. All right, whenever you're ready, sir.
All right, we're waiting for Commissioner Knowles to finish up with the phone call.
Okay.
So he should be here momentarily.
We'll give you, we're a couple minutes ahead, so we can just take a break. It's fine.
Sounds good, thanks. Are we supposed to be on the Zoom, Jim? What's that? Are we on Zoom? Are we gonna be on the Zoom? Dan's not gonna be here. Dan's not.
By the way, I am so happy. I can do like multiple things at once now.
Awesome. Did the internet at the house work any better?
It actually did. There was one time where it drug and it went off and did something else, came back in an hour and was fine. Other than that one time, I haven't had any issues yet, but I've used. Get my data real quick.
Hey, Dave, this is Doug.
Yes.
Do you guys have a Zoom number? Because we don't have one. How do we get into your Zoom?
It is, wait a minute. Go to the Zoom, it's 586-587-651 is the,
That's the ID. Do you need a phone number to call in?
Yeah, yes, we do.
Okay,
I'm thinking that's what he's on right now.
they're on
Yeah.
the computer. Here's a number if you're ready to write. And I did provide this to Luann. I'm sorry you didn't get it.
Peter, what do you need to Zoom?
Um,
You could already in.
already in.
Actually,
They must want a phone.
Manager Smith, you should have it too. You were copied on that. If you need more numbers, here is it. 253.
I'm looking it up right.
253-215-8782.
I'm going to forward.
And we can just click it.
Yeah, they have used 3.3 gigs just over the weekend. So hopefully I don't gig it out too fast.
Your guys' phones don't work. It's his fault.
My phone.
But we can still talk without having to have a picture.
You should have a picture on your computer that you're on now. Just
Yeah,
unblock your video.
yeah.
You've got that
Start video.
capabilities.
Mail is a link.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you move your mouse, bottom left-hand corner is start video.
You might want to say that again to him. There's Jim.
Try to collect without. Don't do that. Start video.
There you go.
See,
Now we see you.
Phone. Am I missing something? Hey, everybody. That's the 1251. follows the link
Here's another one.
in your email. So I just sent you the email, Doug.
Yeah,
Just
I'm
sent
not
to
Randy. Keep going up there, there.
Oh, we're all learning, but it's like,
We're all learning, that's right.
I've become a Zoom expert in the last 6 months.
It's like one thing I never hear anybody talking about is instead of star six, sometimes you can just hold your space bar. Holding your space bar and then undo it.
I did not know that.
It's a mute unmute thing.
All I have is
There's no excuse to get it.
Do we need these at all? Can they hear us?
Yeah, they can hear you.
Okay, well,
So while we're working on this, let's just start our discussion. So it's good to see all three of you guys. Even if you can't see all two of us.
You can see one of you.
So Dave, this is Doug Miller, and in the room we have Jim Smith, the general manager, and we have Randy Knowles, the other commissioner. Brandy Myers is for customer service, and Gwen Miller, who's our assistant general manager. That's who's in the room.
All right.
Yeah, Commissioner Gunkel had loggers on his place today, so he sends along his regrets. So, I guess it's a mutual discussion. What do you want to start off with? You got any particulars?
No, I guess we can
We
just
can,
go ahead with a general update if you wish. Just things, I think maybe I'm sure we'll find something to talk about.
I'm sure. Yeah, I did put together a bit of an update with kind of a thought to new commissioners there at the county to give a bit of a background. I'm sure we'll have lots of opportunities for further discussion. So for strategic plan, and reason for talking strategic plan is just kind of where we're going and a bit of an introduction of kind of how we're thinking about stuff. We had been going through a strategic plan on an annual basis, but I kind of picked out the top 3 or 4 things that kind of talk about direction. First one is rates. You guys all grew up here, you know what the area is like. It's a very difficult service territory, and we've struggled with that. Historically, going back 25 years, before we have done any work at all, we were typically about 4 out of 35 at the top of the list. I think it's up to 2,000 miles of line and 13,000 customers. It's an expensive area to service. We are currently at number 6 out of that list, and the commissioner's goal is for us to be 15, so middle of the pack. There is about 8 utilities that kind of have service territories like ours. Lots of area, lots of area to serve, not a lot of customers. So that goal, we've been working towards that. In order to do it, debt is an issue. Capital intensive business. We've updated some of our systems here in the last 10 or 15 years, substations and the likes of that. In order for us to be sustainable at the rate goal that the board has set for us, reducing debt and working towards that is a big issue and a big focus. For perspective, we've got about $350 million worth of assets in the county and about $150 million worth of debt. If you relate that to a $350,000 house, $150,000 mortgage, except all these assets obviously are revenue generating. Right? We also operate about 15 water and wastewater systems in the county. One of those is the county's Dalesport water or a wastewater facility in Dalesport. That is an interesting challenge. They're all very rural areas. They are all accounted for separately. They are not part of what you would think of as the PUD. Each individual system is operated for the individual community, so they are not a common rate. And it is not funded or interfered with, or however you want to say that, with the electric system, totally separate system. Area of interest has been Sabi data centers. I know you guys have been involved with that, and we've been working with your staff. We have been involved with Sabi since back in August when they first started considering Klickitat County. Obviously, electrical usage is a big deal for them, and infrastructure. So they have been focused down in Delsport. Those discussions still seem to be going well. They ran into some permit issues and changed some property, but that appears to be going well. And I don't know, have you guys heard anything different or any new updates from Sabi?
I have not. That's consistent with what I'm hearing.
Yeah, they sure seem like they are so far doing what they say they're going to do, which sometimes is a challenge to get folks willing to do that. The last item I wanted to touch on is rate design. Lots of discussions, legislation around carbon, renewable energy, all of those kinds of things. One of the goals, along with the others that the board has set for us, is as we're a public utility, our rates should be, going to call it service and technology agnostic, I think is the words Commissioner Knowles has used to drive us a little bit. We don't really know what electric service looks like 20 years from now, right? There's lots of renewables, there's lots of potential for distributed generation, all of those kinds of things. We need to be better at taking, a lot better, we need to change the historic model of how we do rates and make sure that we're pricing the services accordingly. Gives our customers the ability for some choice. Smart meters and those kinds of things is going to be a part of that if we're going to be able to influence customers' behavior, or another way to say that is give them the choice to do the kind of things that they want to do. Those kinds of services are expensive. No matter what the costs are, you take $500 or $2,000 and multiply it by 13,000. Those numbers get very large, hence some of the focus on debt and those kinds of things to make sure we're in a position to be able to do what's important for our customers in the long run. Renewable natural gas project out in Roosevelt's operating well, reliability in the 95% range. Our output is still in the high 80s. We're still working on a target to get our maximum output to 95% and above. But that's going well. Got good partners with Republic Services. We've long had agreements with them to be able to operate the plants and try to maximize methane capture and efficiencies and all those kinds of things. They've been good for the community and they've been good to work with for us. We have always been very focused on carbon legislation. We've got hydro generation, we've got wind generation, we've got RNG, which was renewable electric generation. Continues to be a big focus for us. The county is blessed with a lot of resources. Working with the county, we have managed to capture a lot of those advantages or those opportunities, and we're going to continue to focus on those. So we do a lot of work in Olympia on those. If there are areas we could operate together, that would be something we would be interested in talking to you guys about. Our offices, we have been continued to operate through all of the pandemic since last March. The offices themselves are closed to the public walking in the door. We've got a drive-through in Goldendale that's in use. All of our employees are here working. We do have some select folks that are working remotely. All the distancing things you'd expect. We've got folks with staggered shifts, some on 10s, some on 8s, some driving directly to sites, and all of those kinds of things. Gwen Miller did a really good job of setting us up early, and the board gave us good support on being flexibility to look after our employees while keeping them here, making sure that we're sustainable. Back in March, nobody here anyway expected that this was going to go away anytime soon. I think it's lasted longer than I thought, but I figured it would be 6 months. So knee-jerk reactions were not the right answer. So we have been continuing to operate continuing to do so safely, and I've been very proud of how everybody's doing with that. Partnerships, things that we've worked on in the past that I'm sure some of you know about, and maybe some of these are new and things we can explore further and talk about. Obviously, staff is very aware of them. We operate Dallasport wastewater treatment facility for the county down in Dallasport. County and the PUD worked together 2005, I think was the date, to rescue the water rights from the old aluminum plant. So those are currently in trust, and the PUD has the deed to those. Some of those water rights are being used as mitigation for customers in the county. We've used it, for example, down in white salmon to help them through a water rights issue that we've had, and we're planning on making sure that we can put those to use for the betterment of the county. There's an infrastructure fund. We pay the county for gas rights. Those were deeded to the PUD from the landfill back when it was originally permitted. Those are placed in an infrastructure fund. And over the last 20 years, we've returned somewhere in the range of $5 million to various public water and wastewater facilities and small communities around the county with the county's help. That has been a very good partnership, has worked well. We also have implemented a small business program last year on COVID-related support for small businesses. County acted as administrators and helped us screen applicants. We can talk a little bit then about what kind of dollars were returned in programs and things that we've had. And we've also got an ask for you guys to engage on some discussions on some potential opportunities there too. So before we enter into that, don't know if there's questions or updates or anything that you guys wanted to ask us, considering that we're here.
Okay. Thanks, Jim. Questions? I have one, but I'll defer to my seatmates first if there's some first. You mentioned it. I would just like to at least test the waters since it's you mentioned the Dallasport wastewater plant, which you do manage on behalf of the county. You probably know, but you may not. This is the final year as far as we are getting close. We'll make our final payment on that plant, and obviously the county was not in a position to entertain divesting itself of that asset while there was still debt toward it. That, and I'm not saying we're going to necessarily divest ourselves out of it, but that wasn't even a possibility. We will have that possibility now. And I'm just kind of putting it out there to at least start thinking about, the county's not in the wastewater treatment operating business. That's not what we do typically. This is kind of a unique asset in that it's the only facility I'm aware of that the county's ever constructed as far as for a wastewater plant, which obviously predates anybody that's sitting on this board now. Although I was certainly aware of it back 20+ years ago when they started into it and supported the board then for their decision there was a real problem in Dallasport that needed fixed, and the county stepped up and fixed it. And so I don't know if your board, you folks have had any thoughts or discussions about, entering into some discussions about the eventual, what's going to happen to that wastewater plant. Miller.
Dave, this is Doug. I'm willing to have a discussion on it.
Okay. And I don't know what the correct form, I guess, how we would want to do that. I mean, there's no big rush on any of this, but I do, for our strategic planning, I think that's something that we would probably want to get some idea if that's going to be an avenue or not, because it's different depending on what we end up finally doing with it. I mean, it's a pretty significant asset that the county's invested in, and it's certainly, it's a significant community asset in Dallasport. Has been kind of key to a lot of, our plans around economic development. And I know our predecessors, that was a significant reason for that. Really the size of the plant, the investments that were made there was to not only support the community as it existed 20 years ago, but kind of plan for the future. And I think that's what we want to make sure, that we are kind of planning for the future down there, because we're seeing growth down there, and Dallasport, the peninsula, is a logical place that we're going to see significant growth, both industrial growth and residential growth in that area.
Yeah, we've talked about it at a staff level here, Dave. Maybe the way that I would propose it is what I think I'm hearing from commissioners here. Of course, we'll talk about it. Think about who you might have as a lead, just to start talking about some of the specifics, and maybe we work on that as a staff level and bring that back as a proposal to you guys together. I don't know if that's the right way to approach it, but there's a couple of folks here that I definitely can assign to that to help start talking.
Okay. Does that seem?
Dave, this is Randy.
Yes.
As part of that discussion, I guess, if you guys have had any thoughts, as Doug just mentioned, certainly would be willing to consider that. It makes sense. Obviously, that's what we do. But also, important to the future of the peninsula is the water side of the issue. Have you guys had any thoughts about, it's kind of fractured currently, as you're well aware, where that's going, or any thoughts in regards to that?
No, other than I would share the concern. I guess I'm hearing where, water and water system on the peninsula is certainly, as we all know, you can't do anything without, stable water system. And I'm hopeful. We're trying to interact with the water district down there. I think I have personally, I think signs for hope down there. I think their board is, and they've got some folks there. I think they're sorting their way through this. And I think all of us, both the county and the PUD, needs to be able to reach out, offer help. And as far as, they're an independent water district, it's a district down there, and they have elected board members, and that's, I have to respect that. But it also, what happens there, is certainly tied in, has an impact on, in some ways, the whole county and the residents in the county, just because Dallasport's kind of a special circumstance where, there has been significant public investment in infrastructure in Dallasport that is not funded by just the folks in that area. And so it's kind of different in that, folks in White Salmon or Goldendale or Bickleton have helped pay for some of that infrastructure, those investments in Dallasport. And so in some ways, the greater, at least my view, is the greater taxpayers of the county do and should have a seat at the table when we're talking about that, because they've helped pay for a lot of that, which is different than anywhere else. I'm a big advocate of local control, and I mean that down to the community level. But it is, if I'm helping to pay for it, then I get at least a seat at the table to have that discussion. And my interactions with their board have been, they recognize that, and they, I think we just got to strike that balance between being, respectful, but also this is really important. And we also have some expertise and some resources that we can bring into this that you may not have.
Yeah, I agree. And, I think, my concern is that it is such an important asset to the county as a whole. And, I just want to ensure that, if we were, move forward and take that we've had those discussions with the community and vis-a-vis the water system, and you know, given that there's a private system, you know, what kind of assets can they bring to the table to grow the system necessary, you know, to sustain the growth in the peninsula, you know, and just so we have a smooth understanding of the relationships and the funding and how that all would work.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, other questions or comments from Mike?
Can you guys give us an update on what's going on with the water system up in Glenwood?
Yep, be happy to. So the last 2 years, we've had some significant leaks. We've repaired them as you go through it. So there's 2 issues that we're running into. Is that has increased the water usage, which is part of water rights and what we're allowed to use. It's not separate from that. And ecology and health, as they go through their water rights and approved connects, have very specific rules on the calculations. So what has happened on the last 2 years is we had leaks which have been repaired. Glenwood is the largest, most sprawling water service territory we have. It's very old. We've taken it over like we have with most of these systems. I think Bickleton is the only system we've ever actually built. Everything else we've kind of taken over and tried to improve. So with those leaks, what has happened then, if you take the number of customers times the amount of water usage, we're at the limit of our water right. Whether or not the repairs that we have done, you don't know if you have fixed it all for some period of time. So we are continuing to do more leak detection and sectionalizing the system to try to determine exactly where there are issues or if there are issues. On the connect side of stuff, Glenwood has traditionally grown a customer a year, maybe. The issue that you have then is you might have 10 years worth of growth at current, or 10 years worth of connects for growth at the current growth rate, and the Track D decisions happen, and that seems to have spurred interest in, I don't know if it's development of property, or, well, it's obviously development of property, but we've received, I think the number is around 10 connection requests in the last 6-8 months. Well, that uses up most of those capacity as well. So now we're in a situation of reacting. The problem that we have with health on connects is you have to demonstrate load growth or they just don't give you water rights and connects. So we have always struggled with systems that are relatively small. The largest system we have is 300 customers and the smallest is 30. So if you have 10% load growth capacity left in a big system, that's not a big deal, but in these small ones, it hurts us. So where we are now with Glenwood is we're continuing to investigate the leaks. We're going to make applications for water rights. It is apparent to me, this is not a letter from ecology, but it is apparent to me that there is going to be a significant deferral of interest in ecology's willingness to grant water rights to the tribe. What that means and how that goes, your guess is as good as mine. But the process is going to be different and it's not going to be a short one. So one, we need to find the water leaks. We'll continue to work on those. We believe that we have found them. We'll continue to work on that, but I think it's prudent to work on water rights. And on the connect side of stuff, there's a process that we'll go through with health there as well. Whether they accept the application, considering we still have connections left, that remains to be seen. So that'd be my summary. If there's other questions, be happy to try to answer those.
So the issue wasn't when we, the county, permitted the getaway project, which had quite a few cabins, that didn't eat up all of your water system connections?
No, that's correct. There's 8 units, I believe, there, but it is treated as 3 connects because they're not full-time residents. So no, that's not the issue. It's one of the connections that happened, but it is not the driving factor. That's been a big question from a lot of folks in the community that we've talked to as well.
Okay. Just wanted to get that on the record.
on that. Matt, well, since we're talking about Glenwood, when are you anticipating filing that stuff? And is there anything we can do to, I don't know that there's anything, actually, you may not want us to try to help. Now that I'm actually, if you want to ask us to please stay out of this, you might have a better, so I withdraw my question. Anything that we can think we can help with, I think we
It's a
would.
new board. They might see it's a new board.
So.
Yeah, no, we appreciate it. We have the same issue sometimes, Dave, too, on whether we want to support something or not, because the tribe has their perspective of us, and as they do with the county, and those are realities. But no, that the process for the water rights, at some point in time, there will be public comment. Your staff would see that, and if there's things that you could file for public comment and support, that would be helpful at the right time.
Yeah, we're also struggling, Dave, to divine what the new world looks like with the Track D decision. And, you know, that's certainly part of the issue on the water rights. Our sense is, you know, it's probably they're gonna defer to the tribe on this, and we don't really know where they're gonna be because we may have similar issues.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, the paperwork and those kinds of things are in progress right now, Dave.
Okay. Okay, other comments or questions? I would, if I may, I'll ask more on the electric side. We get away from the water, wastewater. You said there has been, you know, we fielded some and some inquiries, and I know there's discussions going on about, you know, server farms potentially locating here. How much capacity does the, you know, how much capacity do you folks have to be able to, you know, if a major server farm wanted to locate here, and then what impact would that potentially have on just us ordinary customers, since we're all customers too here?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd like to give you a simple answer, so I'll try to put it in the middle, because I think we've got 23 different substations around the county, and obviously they're all a little bit different. The high level, Dave, is the system is built for loads that I think our average load is 55 megawatts, so 55 units. Some of the data centers you start talking about are 400. We can help them with Bonneville, we can help them with interconnection, we can help them with transmission and such, but generally it's integrated into the system. Like when it was originally Calpine, before it was PSC, built the generation facility south of town, way bigger than us. However, we did work with them with Bonneville on their interconnection, and they funded a lot of infrastructure that has helped the community, right? Even the discussions with Sabi, for an example, are the same discussions. They outstrip the capacity that we have with infrastructure. But like you said, down in Dallasport, we've all made investments. We've spent $2+ million on the capacity of the substation down in Spearfish. However, that still looks like, I think the number is 20 megawatts, something like that, and the Sabi application is 60. So where we have engaged with them is how we can help them integrate with Bonneville, use our transmission lines to benefit the customer, give them a reason to want to be here rather than branch land where it might be, but also build infrastructure that provides capacity for other developments in our local communities, right? So the areas that we have been focusing on are the old aluminum company property, which has its pluses and minuses. Dallasport is a big one. Commercial kind of things, Port of Klickitat and Binge and White Salmon, those kinds of things are all fine. But for these kind of loads, those are really the two big areas that we have available to us to connect because of the proximity to Bonneville. Now, Bonneville built that Knight Road substation west of Goldendale. For some of the wind projects that we are hearing about, or solar projects now, maybe it's data centers at some point. That is a huge source, 500 megawatts. The issue is it's also extremely expensive because it's 500,000 volts. It's just a lot of money. So for right now, Dave, if they are any kind of data centers as opposed to Bitcoiners, they're kind of going to be focused in Dalsport and down the aluminum company area. Or we're going to run into, there's too many miles of line that they're going to have to build. It makes it too expensive. So that's where we have been focusing.
So our job, Dave, is to, assist them in the transmission side. And also, because of the large single load issues with Bonneville, we can assist them with, contracting for energy, through a contract with the developer or the market contract and transmit that to them and help in that way. But, and how do we benefit, facilities that we produce, that oftentimes if it's a large single load, they pay for those facilities. So if we can piggyback, the value of that to some of our other things, whether it be the industrial site or whatever, and get some benefit in that. And then if it's an energy sales contract that flows through us, we make a very small margin on that. One, to encourage them to come here. Two, we've always maintained a cost of service philosophy in the utility, so that if we lose a large load, it doesn't impact our residents to a high degree. For example, when the aluminum plant went down, it was a large load, but we had a very small margin on the energy we provided them, had actually very minimal impact on our revenues. So that's the way in which we can assist.
Okay. Good. All right, thank you. That was helpful.
Yeah, that was good information there. Thank you.
Anything else? No?
So we wanted to give you, if you guys are all right, we wanted to give you guys a bit of an update how we're doing COVID-wise, or probably more specifically how customers are doing COVID-wise. I know you guys chatted a little bit about some work we had done with staff and previous board before Christmas. So we kind of wanted to walk you through a little bit of that, make you a proposal for some discussions and see where we go from there. So I've asked Gwen Miller, Assistant General Manager, to kind of run through a little bit of that and how we're doing, and hopefully we can have some good discussion from that.
Great, thank you, Jim. Once again, I'm Gwen Miller, and I have been at the utility for 10 years now. My first 9 years I was in HR, and then December of last year, I assumed the AGM position. Little did I know what I would be stepping into, so it's been fun and fascinating and challenging. I pride myself in a challenge, but I will say this tops the cake in the chart. So just a little, I did want to start off by saying we do work closely with the county already a lot, and it's been very positive. Every week we work closely with the county, also with, of course, payroll and AP and Greg Gallagher in his office, and we appreciate how thorough they are and timely, and we have a good relationship there. We want to keep that going. Of course, we also have relations with some of your HR people, KC Sheridan and whatnot. They do a great job. So we do appreciate the existing relationships. We process easements there. COVID has created a lot of challenges, but we appreciate your personnel working with us, because it's not been easy with everyone locking down and trying to serve customers. So I just wanted to start off by saying a lot of your people and our people have been working in the midst of this craziness, and it does benefit our customers. The next piece would be just discussing, of course, for us, the ongoing challenge with COVID and the world we're living in and unanticipated costs. I could spend a bunch of time talking about all of the PPE and structures and barriers, and I'm sure you're well versed in it because you're doing the same thing, right? But for us, what we're here to really have a discussion with you about is what continues to tug at our hearts is what we're seeing happening with our customer base. Of course, last year and every winter, we have a winter moratorium. And the winter moratorium allows for some protections for individuals that have issues with paying their bills. And we came off of that at the beginning of, I guess you could say March, April, and then swiftly went from the winter moratorium into the COVID environment. The COVID environment did hit us dramatically, and we have remained in that environment to date. So that environment is ultimately a bunch of proclamations. I could go in detail on those from the governor's office, but it provides for safeguards for those impacted by COVID, but in turn prevents us from collecting unbilled revenue and write-offs and any late fees. And our hands have been tied with addressing a lot of those that we have to actually spend a lot of time working accounts. And so we have a lot of door hangers and contacts and whatnot that allow us to collect the revenue and work with customers. And poor Brandy and her customer service department have been met with a lot of restrictions there. It's a unique environment. We try to communicate. We have been very active in trying to have relations there, but we've been met with a lot of obstacles in this current environment, of course, having contact with those individuals. Brandy's sitting here with me, so I will have her discuss the numbers in detail, but we do want you to know that we, of course, have existing programs that do benefit certain individuals, but there's still this entire category of COVID that is untouched. And so I'm gonna let her discuss a little what her restraints have been and her challenges, and try to talk to you a little about, we began a conversation in November, December, and we'd like to continue the conversation because our world is going to continue to be this way, probably, well, we know for sure through the end of April, and it's highly likely it could be through the end of October.
Highly likely through the end of October is probably most likely. The current proclamation that's in place prohibits any kind of shut off for residential customers through April. All of that being said, the last time we submitted an application or a letter to you, we were at 634 residential customers that were going to be subject for disconnect. And we've talked about that slightly. That was one component, we're calling that the Residential Customer Assistance Program that we were asking for help on. In general, the numbers were pulled together, assuming those 634 customers, $300 a customer, that came up with $190,000. So that was just to kind of get discussions going. That $190,000 would be directly applied to customer accounts, directly benefiting roughly 634 customers that are trying to dig out of holes that they face because of COVID impacts or whatever impacts are happening. One place I want to go kind of step back and thank you is the economic development really helped us vet 114 small businesses for which we were able to provide roughly $60,000 in discounts, and that was between, if I'm not mistaken, May and December. So that we've heard lots of businesses respond and tell us that, you know, it really helped them kind of keep their doors open or keep their staff going. There's just an extreme amount of gratitude for those discounts. Those stopped the end of December. At some point, we'd like to continue to talk about what it would take to kind of keep those going. In addition to that COVID small business discount program, we had the 2020 low-income senior discount. This is also a program that Senior Services helps us with. The group there has been great. Last year, they qualified 266 individuals between White Salmon and Goldendale. Those 266 low-income seniors were provided $48,000 in discounts. This year, in August, parameters were expanded. So the income thresholds were reassessed, and they were more closely aligned with the current poverty standards, and essentially they were increased. So you could make more to then qualify for the discounts. Additionally, based on feedback from senior services, we created an additional tier. Previously, we were only qualifying based on a one-person household per se. So now there's criteria for a two-person household to really reach those that are struggling, our seniors that meet that discount criteria. It just kicked off December, so this program is going to run from December 2020 through May of 2021. What's that?
No, go ahead.
Another program we're pretty proud of is Operation Warm Heart. Operation Warm Heart is administered in coordination with the Goldendale Ministerial Association, and between March of 2020 and January, so as of today, there's been $11,160 provided to, again, more customers that are in need. A lot of those, though, were with a match, so that was kind of a motivating factor with that Operation Warm Heart program. So at this point, we've got payment arrangements that we're reaching out and working with customers on. We're really doing all we can to at least keep the payments coming in, even at a lower amount, because that consistent payment, that consistent effort really goes a long way in showing that they're committed to getting their bills taken care of. Kind of stepping away from the programs that have been offered, want to talk about the probable utility impact. So this is the impact that we are anticipating seeing. Between 2020, when the first proclamation was laid out, it stopped any kind of late fees, any kind of penalties, any kind of disconnects. So late fees and penalties, they're not intended to be punitive. They're also a recovery method for real costs. So that being said, I'm going to refer to them as unbilled cost, or unbilled revenue, excuse me. So between March of 2020 and October of 2021, which is what we're expecting to be the cutoff date when we can resume doing disconnects and charging these fees, there'll be an impact of $462,000. With our write-offs, we're averaging about $40,000 more per year. With the small business discount program through 2020, that's a $60,000. And in general, our additional COVID expenses are about $150,000. So through October of 2021, we expect $712,000 in negative impact. That's stuff that we can really see coming. Then we have potential impact, which is the investor-owned utilities are being pushed to fund 1% of their rate revenue in assistance programs. If that is applied to PUDs, that'll impact us $350,000. We will be required to fund a program for $350,000. So we put that $350 with that anticipated $712 of negative impact. We're at $1,062,000 through COVID, and assuming it ends or we're able to resume in October.
Yeah, so thank you, Brandy. We kind of wanted to just give you a high level of what we're looking at and what we're dealing with. Just the simplest summary is to say we're roughly $750,000 right now that are pretty much fixed costs that are known. And we know everyone's dealing with that. So we know you guys are dealing with some of your restrictions as well. Part of a huge piece of why we want to talk with you is that we know that this money directly impacts the communities where we all live. One of you had mentioned that you're ratepayers. We're all ratepayers. And we know and we can foresee the impacts of what will happen if we continue down this path. And it's alarming because, of course, we know we'll have to make adjustments to rates and augment some of those expenses. But not just the rate increase itself, but we have programs that benefit those that are truly in need. Operation Warm Heart, but specifically what's near and dear to my heart are the low-income elderly programs. And if we have costs that impact things, we'll have to adjust those programs as well. And so we would just really like to begin a conversation and ongoing conversation about what we can do together to provide these programs. We were appreciative of seeing what Commerce had provided with the CARES Act funding. And we know that we got, a significant amount of money in our communities, and we trust that you made some good decisions with that, but we'd like to partner with you for money such as that, because we know that we can give you some perspectives that you might not necessarily see from the county, but just from what we're seeing with our ratepayers. And we know that it impacts people's lives, and that CARES Act funding could be used for such an endeavor, and we'd just like to begin that conversation. We had started in December, and we were told to revisit it the new year. So that's why we're here, just saying we really do believe this is important, and we know you believe that as well. So whatever we could do.
Discussion or comments? No, I had a technical question, probably to Brandy, since she knows all the numbers, although maybe you all know them, I don't know. So if I understand hi Brandy. I was trying to write stuff down as you were going, and I just wanted to be, so that the 266, that was the low income senior, and then you have the added eligibility. I didn't get an idea of how many more seniors that added or potentially could add to that program.
I don't have an estimate on how many additional applicants or seniors will be added. What I do have an estimate on is the previous program we funded $48,000 in discounts. I'm assuming and estimating that it's going to be right at 55, if not a bit more.
Okay.
But I'm happy to report once the program's over.
Hands up.
Yep.
So is that how that normally works? Is it a dollar figure that's set towards that, and then it's apportioned across however many people apply? Or is it so much, and then you kind of find out the cost once it's like, oh, we have 266 or 300 or whatever it is. How does that work?
Well, I'm going to say it's more of an art. When it comes to these discounts, there's 4 different levels of discounts depending on the senior's income, between 5 and 35%. So it also depends on that particular customer's usage. So that 35% is then applied to their bill. On a monthly basis, we're able to track the discounts extended. So we keep up as to how we're doing in relation to that target of the 55. And if we get too close, we start to sweat and have conversations. But so far we've been ballpark close for the last 7 years.
Yeah, I'd say that's good. He's got pretty good at taking rules that depend on folks applying and usage and getting pretty close on what the costs are, Dave. So the commitment from the board is, here's the range we think it's going to be in based on what we've seen in the past, and whatever shows up and whoever makes applications, we honor those applications and make adjustments the following year.
And Commissioner Miller is asking for some clarification. Senior Services receives the applications, checks their age, verifies their income, and provides customers KPUD with a list of eligible applicants, and we apply that particular percentage to that particular customer's bill. And the other piece that I didn't mention is it depends on how cold it gets, which then drives their usage, because that can really impact a customer's bill.
But I guess my point was that we have a partnership with Senior Services for accomplishing this.
Okay. Something that'd be really helpful too, and I don't know, and I don't need exact numbers. So you'd said at the start, you have about 634 residential customers that are, you know, in arrears or you know, that normally you would be taking steps on that you can't right now because of you're prohibited from doing that. How does that number, having lived here my whole life, and thankfully I've always been in good stead with the PUD, but I do know folks that, you know, haven't always been. I know that number is not always zero. So can you give me some sense of, you know, what the number, what a typical number would be versus what it is now? Because that would be really a good qualifier for the delta, that it's the COVID related. You know, if it's normally 200 and now it's 600, that would really be evidence for the, you know, this is COVID related, rather than just, you know, because some of that 634, I'm sure, is just background, like it is typically is.
And that was as of the end of November.
Yes, that 634 was the end of November. One thing that takes place in December is our annual write-offs. And this year we've hit a milestone. It was over 100,000 in write-offs. So that number then goes down, as far as whenever we're writing off, there's a fluctuation on those that are subject for, well, actually, no. The write-off number has continued to grow. However, last time we compared that 634, that threshold of those that are subject for disconnect, and had a good number to compare it against, we were up, I think it was 15% or 20%. And that was the WAPUDA that's doing these surveys that continues to track it, which is consistent for utilities across the yeah, at least statewide.
One of the challenges, Dave, that we're worried about is the longer this goes, the less likely those folks are going to have an opportunity to catch up. So the tools that Brandy normally uses, those numbers are there, but you apply the tools we have, you go through disconnection process, those kinds of things, most folks pay. The issue that I think we're facing now is, as we see our write-offs continuing to rise, by the time these folks we're in a position where we can use tools to help them, I realize they might not see it quite that way, right? There's going to be a lot of people that are thousands of dollars behind, and there's no way they're ever going to catch up. The laws require us to collect those funds. So these aren't, the revenue potentials are if people never pay, leave the county, leave their service, right? A lot of those folks don't have that choice. So we can look at what those potential costs are. But the discussion with you guys is, we have a mechanism to apply funds directly to our residents. This isn't off of our costs, right? I mean, if it's avoided revenue, that's one thing. But we're not talking about making an application here that replaces revenue. What we are talking about is the request is an avenue to directly benefit those customers for the good. How many of them will write off at the end? Your guess is as good as ours, right? But most of these folks aren't going anywhere, and we are bound by law to collect this at some point in time. It is going to get very, very difficult for these people before too long. Well, maybe it is a long time before we're allowed to try to do this or not, right? So the request is, we can provide a mechanism to get funds to customers, which is different than offsetting costs. Obviously, your costs are funded by taxpayers. Those are all the same things, right? Except, like our rates at the front end won't change because of this. It might drive us in the long term, and everybody else is going to have to pay. But our offer here is, there were some CARES funding that flowed through to the county that were unexpected funds, and we've got a mechanism to help specific customers. And that's our offer to you guys, and how we think that we can benefit customers. These aren't offsetting our costs. So at a high level, that's kind of the proposal, and why we wanted to bring it back with this board. It was a discussion that was to happen very, very late in the year, given what we found out and the funds being available and how to apply them. For perspective, about half the counties in the state have done exactly this partnership between county and PUD. So this isn't something that's out of the ordinary. It's why we wanted to bring back. We think it's an important opportunity and just wanted to lay it out like that for you guys to think about and how we proceed from here and how we might talk about it from here.
Yeah, we would be overjoyed to even have a subcommittee to just review the numbers and documentation with you to just kind of dig into the details, which might not be appropriate for this group, but if you'd be willing to even entertain a conversation, we think that we could at least enlighten the group on some of the situations. So we would appreciate that.
Okay. Thoughts, my seatmates?
I know this discussion came up late in the year, when we all found out about it. It was after other counties had already been doing it. And we had our time frame for when we had to turn in our CARES Act dollars, and we were on a tight timeline. Wish this conversation would have happened in June, then we could have possibly done something. Right now, because CARES is over for us, we spent all the money. The next question then becomes, for me primarily, is what's this next stimulus going to look like? Municipalities and small counties were completely left out of the last 900 billion. We're looking at potentially anywhere from another 900 billion to 1.9 trillion. That's when I think we might be able to do something to help out these customers. That's the easiest thing I can see. We all have our own budget constraints. As the county, we have our own this year as well. But I don't know.
That's when I would be willing to have the conversation. Right now, I think we'd be taking it out of our own budget to give it to them, and I'm not ready to have that conversation. If we're discussing future CARES dollars, that's a different discussion.
I guess my question to my seatmates would be, are you okay with at the very least, having a subcommittee so that we are having discussions with, because it's been relayed, going back is one thing, but this issue, this need, this problem is not going away. It didn't stop on December 31st. It's going forward. And as you said, it's going to go forward, likely till October.
My opinion on the subcommittee is probably not like too much. My answer would be no.
Okay.
Because I think we all need to be absolutely 100% in the loop on this decision from the ground floor up. But that's a personal opinion, and I'm just one guy.
Okay.
And I've spoken with Brandy about their numbers ahead of time. I also worked with Brandy and the PUD on the business grant program that they gave out. And I would be willing to do the subcommittee for sure, just so that we're prepared when this happens the next time. And let's hope we can get some COVID relief dollars out of this next group.
Yeah. And I would say I'm not discounting Commissioner Christopher's position as far as I think the full board needs to be absolutely in the loop and understand everything. I think I'm just looking at it. It's like it's really difficult to have those kind of in-depth conversations over Zoom in a public meeting with everybody. It would be really helpful to be able, so there could be some kind of offline conversations going on between staff and or a single, to as far as gather the information that then gets presented in front of the whole board in a public meeting for discussion to kind of do the groundwork. So I don't think that's inappropriate, and I think there is certainly lots of history of governments doing that, just because we have a lot of details that we have to work through, and that's really difficult sometimes in this kind of setting. So I'm fine, and I would be supportive of the subcommittee approach, or at least I don't even know if we want to call it that. Just having some discussions continue to go on as we go forward. I do think Commissioner Anderson is really familiar with this. If he would be willing to serve on that, it doesn't have to be, just be kind of a liaison between the PUD and us, so you folks can, so we can just talk to each other in a way that's not, I'm looking at a screen.
So Dave, this is Doug. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I'm sure that our staff would be more than anything to have a discussion with your staff regarding this issue. I would be willing to work with Mr. Jake in order to get this thing rolling, going down the road, if that would just facilitate moving this forward.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least from my perspective, it may or may not move us forward, but I know if we do nothing, we're not moving forward at all. And so I think there is.
Right, and I agree. There's room for us to work on this and see what we can accomplish. And but I think just sitting here talking about we're not going forward. Let's just say, yeah, we're going to go forward and move. If that works for you guys.
First thought is in terms of staff working on this, do you think economic development would be the right place, or do you think Jen O'Neill would be good when she starts in as budget fiscal as a project leader? I don't know when Gordy's going to.
She's going to be pretty varied for a while. I don't want to throw something new on her plate.
Yeah, actually, what I would suggest is let us have a discussion with our staff. And
sounds good.
Are we okay with that? And see what we can come up with. I don't want this to go away, and I don't want this to be the final word on this, because again, I think I think this is not going away, and so I think we're going to have to deal with it.
So. And I don't think that speed is of the essence. I think that we can work our way through this on a to get there to a result rather than trying to create a result.
So you think you can move as fast as Congress?
I know I can move faster than Congress.
Oh, there we go.
That's a pretty low bar.
We agree with you guys. The problem
is on our end, just because we're well into our lunch hour, and anybody that knows me knows I get really cranky when I don't get my lunch. So,
well, I can just hit delete.
All right.
You should have delivered a pizza.
That was the last item that we had. That's the last item that we had, Dave. Like you said, we wanted to start a conversation. We believe you're right. This is not going away. The groundwork or the foundations are already there is our concern, and we just see where that goes. And if we can engage in a meaningful manner, we'd be appreciative. I think we can help a lot of people.
All right, Jim. Thank you for your time, and we'll be
thank you.
Thank you, Doug, and thank you, Ray.
All right.
We are gonna. You have something you need officially before we break for lunch, or not?
If you want me to, I think I have a solution to the chargers. If you want to push out the calls and stuff, I can do it quickly if you're interested.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I can come back at
I'm game. I don't want to come back.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Let's make use of your time.
Okay. So after looking at the type of charger we're getting, I think it might be best to put in the infrastructure. So and wait for a grant opportunity in the future when we can actually have something that we think we might use if things change economically and as far as a push toward those type of facilities and a need for them might make more sense.
So you're recommending to put in the electrical but not put the charger on it?
Yeah, have the conduit and the circuits available for the future, because that's really, I mean, now is the time to do that. If the future we might want that option, and then wait for a grant opportunity or the need to develop.
Or the need.
Well, that was my next question. Has anybody checked with titling up there to see how many electric cars we actually even have in this neck of the woods?
I know of 3. That's all I know of, but I'm sure there's more out there.
Right.
And
that's why I wondered if you could run the numbers, but yeah, no.
we'll just take a credit from the contractor for what we don't use. And it was about $20,000 was the cost that we had as an alternate bid for this, so.
Is there any way to make sure that there's more than just 2 charging spots? I mean, if we're putting in the infrastructure, I don't want to tear it up again. And we're not putting them in.
Well, I would imagine I'm thinking outside the box, but just like a gas pump, if you're putting one here and one clear on the other side of the parking lot, we can eventually.
We'll have conduit out to the area where we can add more, yeah.
Okay.
And it's getting that conduit in at this point that's kind of the expensive part and would really be disruptive in the future.
They said I'm on fine for pre-planning that stuff in.
Yeah, I would agree. Are you?
I think it's coming. I just don't think it's necessary
right now.
Yeah, and I think there'll be grant opportunities to purchase these in the future and we'll be ready.
Good thinking.
I might hear from a few people because there's quite a few electric vehicles on the
Well,
list.
that's what I said. I don't mind putting one in now
Yeah,
with
one
the
will.
grant opportunity for the second one later.
Yeah.
That kind of gets both sides at least a little piece of the pie. So infrastructure for both, but we're only installing one right now. And we'll look for installing the other one based off how much the first one gets used. I mean, that sounds reasonable.
Okay, well, that's a little different than your recommendation, but that's.
If that's what you want to do, we can do that.
Well, I'm just trying to make Jake's side of the county happy too.
Yeah, I guess. I'm happy to throw a cord out my window.
It's a bigger cord than that.
Yeah, I know.
Well, there's the trickle charger too.
Yeah, I mean,
They said, I don't think that takes care of the long-term question on who's paying for the electricity, but
no.
Right. That's the thing.
and that's the whole other argument that we're gonna, at least I'm gonna run into on my side of the county.
I'll see, why don't we table this till next week if we
I
can?
agree.
Plan at least on getting the.
We know we're gonna have the
everything out there,
infrastructure.
And then we'll see how many people I hear from the next week.
Right,
Okay.
there you
That'll
go.
make the decision
Yeah.
on what we say.
We'll see, we'll come back in a week and we'll compare notes on which angry constituents we dealt with this week.
All right,
All
thank
right.
you, Gordy.
Okay, well, we are gonna adjourn for lunch. We will be back at 1 o'clock in 50 minutes.
I got a pizza waiting if you guys are.
Good to know the mystery is solved.
Do you need some hands?
Yeah, I can.
I have a pen cubby over here. You can have a few.
All right,
They're decent.
that one's good. I just need one.
These are crap. I hope people steal these. Providence Health
Well,
Plan.
this one's dang near it. That must have been his favorite.
Must have been.
We've got more in.
I know. I've got one out here and one in there and one in my,
I think I'm gonna put a box in each of your drawers.
that wouldn't be horrible.
Yeah, I have a box. but
Where's
it's,
George?
um,
Is this your
it's
drawer?
empty. We talked about that. I always used that one. We never really used these.
Yeah.
This one's got.
So do
soy
you have
sauce
one on
in it.
that?
I have just a 2-drawer file cabinet over here with, this was my favorite. While I was
Oh,
sitting
yeah.
over there,
Yeah.
this was my absolute favorite. I don't know why it's still in there.
That's the-
Personal protection device.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
I ordered spray.
I giggled on that a few times.
I think those are the ones you liked. Those are the ones you liked. And so you tell me what kind
That would
you
be
really
me.
like.
Yeah, so-
I like that. I like this habit.
Okay, are we ready to go? It's 1 o'clock.
We got our pens in order.
George is on.
Okay, I'll call the meeting, Pledge of Allegiance.
Want to start, Dave?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right.
Gentlemen.
Okay, and let the, or maybe I already did. Did I already let the record show that all 3 commissioners are present in chambers? I did, okay.
You did now.
I did now. Okay. I would look for a motion on the approval of the business agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the business agenda as presented.
I will second the motion.
You have a motion and a second on the business agenda as presented. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
I will make a motion to approve the commissioners' meeting minutes as presented for January 12th, 2021.
I will second that.
I have a motion and a second on the meeting, the January 12th minutes. Any discussion on those? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. That brings us to citizen comment. Citizens will be limited to 7 minutes. If you can give your name and where you live for the record, that would be helpful. You can either raise your hand or unmute yourself, and if there's folks. So we're looking here. It sounds like somebody wishes to.
I believe that would be Greg Wegener.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioners.
Yes, please state your name and where you live for the record, please, sir.
Greg Wagner, 303 Fish Hatchery.
Go ahead, sir.
I'd like to ask Mr. Anderson to explain the conditional use process.
Explain how the process goes in terms of what exactly are you asking?
Well, you put the motion before and got it approved. We just don't understand what the conditional use process is.
Have you looked at the county code, Mr. Wagner, on conditional use applications and the process that it goes through?
That was the next question. Where do we find that?
That is in the county code. You should also be able to find it on the planning department's website under the ordinances section, I believe. I can pull it up. But in essence, what the conditional use process is you understand the SEPA process that everything has to go through, correct?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay, so what any project goes through is the SEPA process first, and then once that works its way either through the legal system or through the county commissioners, then it moves on to the actual conditional use permit application. That application goes in front of the Board of Adjustment. They hear all sides of and all the public testimony, and that's the process that it goes through. And then that can then be appealed to the Superior Court if somebody has an issue with it. Yes, sir.
And Greg, the other thing I'd like to add is you referred to Mr. Hanson in Bickleton. He testified or had written testimony during the SEPA. There was no other testimony after that for him. Here, you're going to have testimony after that.
Okay. Does the CUP supersede the EOZ?
So the EOZ is one process that our legislative decision is that anything would have to go through the conditional use process. They're completely separate processes.
So with the CUP in place, do we lose any of the ordinances that were in the EOZ as far as like the 500 to 1,500 foot setback with regards to solar?
You writing that down, Dave?
I am. I'm not sure because I know this is Dave Sauter, and I want us to be cautious here. This is citizen comment, and we have historically, allowed give and take back and forth between the board and citizens. But I want us to be careful to not, and I'm going to admit up front, my understanding, and I'm doing this off the cuff, is that in the conditional use permit process outside the EOZ zone, those setbacks are not in that. That is in the EOZ. So that could mean potentially that those setbacks don't exist, or a larger one. I mean, it would be up to the Board of Adjustment
That's my understanding. It's up to the Board of Adjustment. The setbacks could be 500 feet, they could be 1,500 feet, but just like written in the EOZ, they could be greater based on citizen involvement, how many residences are in the neighborhood. They can easily make those setbacks greater than 1,500 feet. So you didn't necessarily lose anything. That discussion will still be had, and those setbacks will then be deemed based off discussion.
Well, it seems to be worded that any of the solar facility that connects to the Knight Road Solar Farm is in the CUP. So some of it, like us, is in the EOZ. And when talking to Mushi, she told me that the setbacks would no longer apply. That's in the EOZ. That I would have to negotiate that with the solar company on my own.
I can't comment on the statement as far as that you have to negotiate that on your own. I think I can say pretty clearly that, yeah, I think that if it's outside if it's not going through the EOZ process, the conditional use permit process, those sort of mandatory minimums and maximums don't exist in the CUP. So they could be, I guess it could be less, it could be more, depending on what the Board of Adjustment determines.
Okay, then. Well, thank you for your time.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Mr. Wagner. We're still in citizen comment. So if we have citizens that want to address the board,
Looks like Dennis White has unmuted himself.
okay. Mr. White, have you unmuted yourself to address the board?
No, I think so. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, my name is Dennis White, and I live at 367 Oak Ridge Road, Houston.
Okay.
And I am the director of the Klickitat Land Preservation Fund. The fund purchases property to conserve timberland, agricultural land, recreational land, soil, water, wildlife, and so on. And I've noticed some discussion on social media and the Sentinel newspaper regarding the EOZ. KLPF owns approximately 1,300 acres in the Klickitat River drainage, with approximately 700 acres on high prairie. It appears every acre of our land falls under the EOZ. KLPF is not interested in energy development on its properties. Given that, the trust fund would like to be out from under the EOZ. I realize the county can't make an exception for one landowner. So my question is, what process is available to an area of the county that would like to be removed from the EOZ? Maybe the process, I'm just speculating here, maybe the process is an update on the EOZ to see if it's still applicable to all land areas it overlays. The EOZ was adopted, 2003, 4 or 5, somewhere around there, I can't remember. It seems that things have changed since then. That's quite a bit of time. New infrastructure is now available, or new information is available that needs to be considered in the ongoing implementation of the EOZ. Residential development patterns have changed. Energy infrastructure has changed. Our transmission line. I think it's time to take another look at
Sorry, he's.
Yeah.
I think some of us then and now feel the EOZ was an overreach of regulation that materially can interfere with the enjoyment.
Mr. White, you're fading in and out on your signal.
What didn't you hear?
About a minute and a half of it.
Where would you like me to go back and pick up?
I got the gist
I
of
think
what
I
you
got
were
the-
saying for the most part, yes.
Yeah,
I
I'm
know,
just saying that we own a significant amount of property in EOZ, and we like out from under it. We're not going to develop it. We're not into energy development on our properties, and we sure the hell don't want a big energy company coming in and locating beside us. That would negate, undermine everything that we're trying to do and conservation. And it's been there for a long time. It's time to take another look at it to see if it's still applicable across the board. And if it's not, then I think areas that would like to be out from under it should have an opportunity to do so. Is that Is that the gist of it? Did you get that?
It's my understanding that when the EOZ was put in, it was negotiated to relook at and re-examine, in which we hit 1,000 megawatts over 10 years. It's my understanding they went back in and held more public hearings in 2011 to re-examine. They added a few amendments, and that was the last that's changed to my knowledge. I hope the board finds it in its course to re-examine that when they deem ready.
Okay, thank you, Mr. White.
Yeah, no, I just have one last thing here.
Okay, go ahead.
If I may. I have a question for Commissioner Anderson. I believe you recorded in the Sentinel that you would recuse yourself from any discussion, deliberation, decision-making pertaining to the under canvas issue. Have you made that part of the public record yet?
I sure did.
Thank you very much. And have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're still in citizen comment. Do we have other citizens that wish to address the board?
Russ.
Okay, Russ, I see your phone. If you can give your name and where you live for the record, please, sir.
Yes, Russ Hanson, 10 Tucker Hill Road, Goldendale. I just had a couple questions. First off, reference the conditional use process going through a board of adjustment. Who's on that board of adjustment and who decides on who's on it?
The board of adjustment is a 5-member board. Those members are appointed by the board of commissioners to serve a period of terms that expired. They're staffed by the planning department, provides the kind of technical staff. They are volunteers. These are unpaid positions. They generally, I think they're scheduled to meet once a month or less if they don't have cases that come before them.
Okay. And the other question I had was a couple of weeks ago during the solar workshop, there was an idea brought up by one of you gentlemen regarding forming a citizen advisory committee on solar. Are we looking any further into doing that?
Okay, I would look at my seatmates
I
or
was
the one that
brought the
brought
idea up,
the
so
idea.
until somebody seconds it, we are where we are.
One of my thoughts, Mr. Chairman, was we have the Land and Natural Resources Committee that is there to advise the commissioners. It's been kind of on hiatus for the last 3 or 4 years. When we've been going over the discussion on committee appointments, that was one of my thoughts to reinvigorate that committee. All those appointments I think have expired, so that would be the appropriate place to have the discussion on solar, because it has members, it should have members from all different backgrounds.
Okay. I would be amenable to at least continuing that conversation to see.
Okay. And is that something that the citizens would have input to?
The citizens always have input. You're giving input right now, sir.
Yes. Okay. And the other question I had too, reference Senate Bill 5206, preserving ag land. Where do you guys stand on that?
I'm not familiar with that specific bill.
I made my comment on the state website as in support of that bill. The board itself, I don't believe has yet.
I was going to bring it up today during citizen comment or
Board pending. That's the one I brought up to you guys this morning when we were sitting over there, one of the ones.
Yes, I believe that tomorrow morning they're going to be having or taking comment on that up in the legislature. So you can sign up and if you want to listen to it or make comment too.
I have some history with that one. I presented it to my seatmates today. They're going to need to look through it and educate themselves with it before they can, I'm sure, make a decision what they want to do.
But we'll be talking more about it here in a couple hours, Russ, if you stay on the line.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Russ.
Okay, we're still in citizen comment. Other citizens? Either unmute yourself, raise your hand, get our attention some way.
There's one over there.
Not see. Oh, I do have a hand raised. I'm suspecting it's Dave Barda. It's Dave B. Whoever you are, if you want to address the board, unmute yourself.
Yeah, this is Dave Barta, 428 Fish Hatchery Road. I want to thank you for your diligent attention to this. I'm pretty sure you've been focused on it, and it's probably pretty hard to forget people are kind of interested in it. I thank you for that. I went through the upgrade of the EOZ in 2010 recently, and I know I've brought similar points up to this, but I think it's important to remember that if I counted correctly, the word solar shows up 3 times in that document, which is, I don't remember how many pages, 15 or 16 pages. Once it's standalone, once there's a sentence with it, and then once there's a small paragraph, it's the paragraph around setbacks. I would encourage the board to really consider a hard look at that EOZ real soon, because the document appears insufficient when we talk about 9 square miles of panels. For perspective, the city of Goldendale encompasses 2.9 square miles. 9 square miles, 6,000 acres is a significant impact to the area. First and foremost, to the nature of the area. Being an agricultural community, it will fundamentally change the way everyone looks at Klickitat County almost immediately, because I've heard people use the term "not in my backyard." I have come to use the term "not in my living room," because the area we're talking about really truly actually is the living room of the Simcoes. It sits right beneath it, centrally located. It is clearly going to affect real estate values for people who are here. It is unfortunate, but apparently realtors right now are not required to disclose to people about a project that is not obviously in the permit stage yet, but I don't know that they're informing people about the energy overlay zone at all, which means there are still people who can walk in, purchase property, and end up with solar panels next to them. For all these myriad of reasons, obviously, I would strongly encourage that the board review the EOZ. I know Commissioner Sauter was on that board, but it's possible, like me, it's hard to remember details from 11 years ago, but I just encourage you to take a look at it again and consider readdressing it. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Barda. Still in citizen comment.
Elaine.
Okay, Elaine, if you want to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, commissioners. This is Elaine. I live at 435 Hill Road. And as mentioned, I'm referring to the night solar area. Have a lot of concern with it in regards to wildlife, to birds. What's the impacts to birds? This is a big area and I live there. And I'm a biologist, so I know there's a great diversity of birds and wildlife there. What about the migratory corridors? Where are the deer going to go? Where are the animals going to go? This area is going to be fenced out. What's the impacts that these solar mirrors are going to have on the residents? What's the impacts that it will have on the airport? What's the impacts that these solar panels will have on birds? And we already have impacts from the windmills on birds. And what are the impacts to the Goldendale hatchery? Water is going to be used at the solar project and to clean the panels. And they're going to be using pesticides. That's going to go into the groundwater. The residents are going to drink this groundwater. I live there. I have children. I have animals. I have horses, dogs. I do not want them to be contaminated, as well as myself and my family. I know that these are potential impacts, and I live there. and I plan to live there the rest of my life. And these solar are gonna be right there next to me, surrounded by me. And I'm not the only one. There are farmers, there are ranchers around that don't even know about this. There are many homes, many families. It's not just this a few landowners who are doing these leases. We're all gonna get impacted. Us that live there. How would you guys like it in your yard, next to your property? I'm thinking in the long term. I'm thinking 40 years down the road. That my family, my children, my grandchildren don't have to look at these and live with these. Are we even gonna live that long? Our water is gonna be contaminated? Are we gonna die from some kind of contamination that this company's using? And these are big concerns that need to be taken into consideration. And when that hatchery goes down, when those fish die, that's gonna be your number one. You will know when that hatchery gets shut down from the water quality. The fish are sensitive. I'm a fish biologist and I know when that hatchery gets shut down from contamination of groundwater, we're all, it's gonna be after the fact. We're gonna live there and we're gonna drink it and we're gonna get poisoned from it. You guys aren't even considering us who live there, who will be directly impacted. And this EOZ needs to be updated because I know there's future green energy projects out there coming, knocking at the door. And this EOZ is significant. It's important. I'm talking about the future. I don't think about now. I'm not just worried about now. I think about future. I think about 7 generations down the road. And this EOZ needs to be updated. If you guys are gonna do water pump storage, you guys are gonna do solar, you guys are gonna do whatever, it needs to be updated. It needs to be incorporated, all of that. The residents of the county need to be protected. That's what the EOZ is for, to protect the environment, to protect the water, the fish and wildlife, the residents, the community, public safety. That's what the EOZ is. It needs to be updated because green energy is coming, we know. Thank you.
Thank you. We're still in citizen comment. If there is any citizen, unmute yourself or raise your hand. We're looking.
Sherry just unmuted
Yeah,
herself.
it's like Sherry. I see you've unmuted yourself. Did you have a comment for the board?
Yes, good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I would like to address again the SEPA process of large projects in our area, the SEPA environmental checklist that these applicants must fill out. I would ask again that the county continue to evaluate these applicants' SEPA environmental checklist when they come in and make sure they're doing their due diligence and evaluating what an applicant provides you in information. I've been reviewing codes of the county. I've been reviewing WACs and laws of SEPA evaluation. And I've come across a lot of information that shows that the county is not doing their I don't want to accuse that. I've been coming across information that what a lead agency must do when they evaluate a project and their SEPA environmental checklist. So in the future, I would like to request from you that you evaluate them more closely and not just stamp them with an determination of non-significance and then push them out to the public. And then the tax-paying citizens must review these applications, find their holes, find their missing information, find where the information is construed or not correct. And then we must then go against our own county when we are the taxpayers paying you to do this job. And now we must go against you and make comments and do the job that should have been done in the first place. So again, I'm asking, as large projects enter our area and they must have a SEPA environmental checklist done, that the county does their job and evaluate it correctly before stamping it with non-significance and then making us taxpayers come against the county in reviewing what should have been reviewed, and then possibly, or we do pay an appeal fee to make you look at it closer. So I think an end game could be that it's evaluated on a more due diligent basis, that we don't have to do the work after it has been pushed forward to us. I don't know how clear to say that. I have said it a couple weeks ago, and then Commissioner Anderson took it down to, if we, hammer down on these SEPA evaluation or environmental checklists, that we're going to stop Joe Blow from putting a garage in his yard. And that is not what I'm speaking about. I am speaking about large projects, such as the solar, such as resorts, and everything else, subdivisions, everything else that is coming in development our way in Klickitat County. That, I don't think I could be more clear than that, but if the employees that our taxpayers pay to do this job did their job up front, the taxpayers would not need to then review these applications and find all the flaws and fight the county. I think we could have a more comprehensive way of doing this in the future, and I invite you guys to engage your county in doing a better job in evaluating these applications as they come in the door. Thank you.
Thank you. Courtney?
Yes, I'm just here on behalf of adult probation for a consent agenda item. If you had any questions.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure you were being patient.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, we are still in citizen comment for a couple more minutes. If there's somebody that wishes to speak to the board, unmute yourself, raise your hand. We're looking, we have a lot of screens to look through. Right now we're at 42 participants, so that may be a record. It's getting close.
It's getting close.
All right.
If we were open to the public, they wouldn't fit in the room.
No. Yeah. That's good. I'm not seeing anybody.
Can I ask one question, sir?
Go ahead. Please state your name for the record, please. Where you're from.
Sure. Rosefield Dimick, 55 Tucker Hill Road.
Okay.
And I just had a question about, there's some misinformation, or there's some discrepancies here on the Class C project. I emailed Mushi, and she had said that the fee was $4,000 for the appeal. And then there's another person who has mentioned that the Canvas projects was reduced to $200. I just wanted to know if you could confirm that and maybe clarify what the difference is.
Right. The different classifications, so there's Class A, Class B, and Class C. And the appeal fees for those and it's based on the scale, the size of the project. I think they're typically, we try to make it so it's not a big economic burden on people to file an appeal. I'm not sure, I could comment on the solar farm, if that would be a Class C or not. My understanding is under Canvas, I think the planning director made the decision to accept that as a Class A. So it was the minimum, which is the $200 fee to file an appeal.
But as a board, we can make that determination on our own later if we want to make that fee change.
Yeah, I think we can have a discussion about the whole idea is we want people to have access to the appeal process so that it's not an economic burden.
Okay, because when I go through the FEIS for the Lund Hill project, it was stated there it was a Class C project. And so that's why I emailed Mucci and asked her what that fee was, and she confirmed that it was 4,000. I think that if it can be negotiated, like you're saying, it might be better to put that out to the public and be more clear, because that could detour people from even having a voice. Maybe they don't have $4,000 and they don't realize that, you know, it could be lowered. It could also just limit the amount of public comments, or, you know, just opinions and stuff. That's all I had to say today.
Oh, I
Thank
agree with you. I agree. I was here when we, you know, the Class C is I think it's $1 million. It's a project that's $1 million and up, was what that is. But I'm certainly willing to have the conversation with the board about revisiting that. Because we certainly, we don't want to limit people's access to appeal, regardless of the size of the project. We're out of citizen comment, and so we're going to move on. We have a full agenda today. For the time being, slightly after 1:30, which is the time we've set aside for public hearings, public meetings, and bid openings. Our first order of business is a public meeting to consider an amendment request to the Mountain View Estates subdivision preliminary approval, SUB 2018-01. This is in the Dallasport vicinity. The applicant is Greg Wallace, and we will start with a brief staff brief. Denise.
Yeah, this is Denise from the Planning Department. Attached is a request for an amendment to the preliminary approval of Mountain View Estates subdivision. The amendment consists primarily of converting the proposed public roads and paths to private ownership. The 60-foot access and utility easement and paved 24-foot wide road will remain the same. The lot configuration is also revised, although the total number of lots remain the same at 26. An updated stormwater plan will be submitted as part of this amendment. The subdivision is located on tax parcels 02-13-3375-0015/00 and 02-13-3360-1001/00 in Klickitat County, Washington, in the Dallasport vicinity. Per resolution 12818, the board issued preliminary approval with conditions on November 6, 2018 for sub 2018-01 for the 26 lot subdivision. Applicant, well, at the time, Maley, but the applicant here is Greg Wallace, and Darren Ekman is a representative. In the short plat subdivision ordinance under section 7.73 alterations, it states, once the preliminary plat has been submitted, it shall not be altered by the developer unless approved by the board. If the alteration is felt to be of substantial nature by the board, then it shall be required that the plat be resubmitted in compliance with these regulations. The purpose of today's meeting is to determine if the proposed change is substantial in nature. That ends my review.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
As I understand it, this has come before us twice now. And the previous board had determined that it was substantial in nature because he was asking to change the number of lots up. And so what they've done here is stayed at the same number of lots, but reconfigured them. Is that how it works, Denise?
Correct. And they've also changed the proposal to create a public road and revert it back to their private, where they will maintain the upkeep of that road, responsibility of that structure.
So they've kept the same number of lots and just reconfigured and resized them.
They're pretty much the same size, just they've moved things around a bit, kept the same number of lots.
Changing the public road to a private road now.
That's the big change, yeah.
Although, if I may, when I look back, it would appear there was 26 lots in the original. There still is 26 lots, but the 26th lot is one. The remainder is a large lot. That's the remainder, which I'm assuming at some point would be further subdivided.
It looks like there's an entrance on those two sides of it.
Sure. Which again, I'm not taking a position one way or the other on that. but I guess that would be the question for the board. Is that a substantial change? Is it, I mean, is it not? That they seem to be, I was trying to figure out from looking at the previously approved one and what they're proposing to do, the building envelope size on the lots seems to be the same. So they just made their lots more efficient to be able to, end up with a remainder that they have some, further developable land at some point in the future. I would remark that would be a new review use, that if it was subdivided, the remainder lot 26 was redivided at some point in the future, that would have to go through a full planning process.
Mhm. Absolutely.
What they really did in order to get more lots is they just used the road space as the square footage to get the size of those lots down. And so the question, I guess, for the board is we know they're going to move forward, or they're setting it up so that they can move forward again for further subdivision. And yes, that would go through another SEPA.
Right.
Another change, minor, is instead of the 4-inch of hot mix asphalt on the road, they will go down to 2.5 inches, remaining with that 24-foot wide road on that private road, and that's been approved and supported by Public Works.
And I'm assuming the standard change is because it's a private road, not, their initial proposal was the road would be a public road, which it would get turned over to us and we would have to maintain it into the future. And so we have.
That part of this I like.
I'm always like, I don't like taking roads just because that is a future liability to us.
And I believe the standards for a county road, are a little higher.
A little
than
higher
Title 12 fire access road.
Okay, do we know, is there anybody on this is a public meeting, so I'm not required to allow public comment, but I don't know if there's anybody on the either the phone or the Zoom meeting that wishes to comment in for or against or neutral, I guess, on this project.
You do have Darren on the line.
Oh, good.
So Commissioner Sauter and board, this is Darren Eckman with Tennyson Engineering Corporation, representing the applicant, Mr. Greg Wallace. I hope you guys can hear me okay.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
So yes, basically in working through this development with County Public Works, I think both parties recognize that the Public Works hands were kind of tied with the road standards that are required by Public Works. And while they recognize that this local, access street isn't going to get the same type of traffic as say 3rd Avenue or Dallasport Road or, any of the other major arterial or collector roads within the county, they couldn't allow for a reduction in the road section thickness. So in working, however, they did recognize that thicker road section, the 4 inches of pavement and 12 inches of aggregate base was overkill for this development. So the suggestion was converting the roadways to private ownership. That actually, met favorably with the developer, and that can get away with a lesser road section that still will accommodate the heavy, anticipated traffic loads over a 20-year life cycle, but yet the burden of repair and maintenance and snow plowing of these roads and pathway are now transferred to the owner and eventually a homeowners association that would be developed with the subdivision. That the pathway is still there, allowing for pedestrian access that doesn't occur on the road that was stipulated before. All of the building sites, while the lot lines do go to the center of the roadway so that the roads can be under private ownership, the building pads that are created there, the building envelopes, are suitable or meet with the developers possible house layouts. And so we're not creating any lots that are unbuildable in the developer's estimation. We've maintained the 8-foot wide side yard setbacks that was a condition of the original approval that was requested by the local fire department. The other thing is, while the roads are private, they still meet the minimum widths of 24 feet for fire department access, and all the roadways and such, there will be a 60-foot wide public access and utility easement placed over them. So while the individual lots own the land underneath, the public and all utilities will still be within an easement that they can access at any point. As far as for future development of lot 26, that's speculative right now. And if there was something to occur, at 100,000 square feet, that seems large for this. However, it's really only 2.5 acres, which, in other parts of the county is not an unreasonable lot size. And any redevelopment that might occur in the future, as you noted, would have to go back through a complete planning process with SEPA and public input. I was just trying to think, as Denise noted, if approved, we will go ahead and update the stormwater management plan for the development and basically resubmit to Public Works for the construction plans for review and approval.
If deemed not substantial, you mean?
Yes, thank you. If deemed not substantial.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Ekman?
There's some people from Dallasport online I'd like to hear.
Is there? Yeah, is there? This is, I'll allow comment if there's anybody else. Just raise your hand or unmute yourself. Not.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name for the record, please.
My name is Sherry Bosquet. I live at 120 Houston Street, Houston, Washington. And I'd like to bring in to the fact that the WASDOT has to evaluate areas on its state route. And I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but when you're talking about roads, I hope that you also include WASDOT in your evaluations when you're talking about the state roads.
Okay, ma'am. Then we're talking about a subdivision in Dallasport, but we'll take your comment.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks.
As a general comment. I do see WJ Morris has his hand raised. Mr. Morris, if you want to unmute yourself and comment.
*6 will unmute you.
There you go.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Ekman. WJ Morris, 502 3rd Avenue, Dallasport. I do apologize. The internet keeps popping up and down. Are we still at 26 lots?
Yes, sir.
With a possible short plat for 27, correct?
There's no proposal out there for anything other than what we're looking at today. We have no current proposal for any future development.
Okay, so it is for the original first approved or initially approved 26 lots.
Yes, and they're modifying condition 16, I believe, of the resolution with stating preliminary approval, conditions of preliminary approval. Yeah, and that's the Public Works, that's basically the road part.
Right, because they're going to 24-foot ROW privately maintained, right?
Correct. Right.
Yes, that's what I needed. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, any other comment on this?
Commissioner Souter,
Yes.
this is Darren again. I just wanted to make one point of clarification from WJ's comment. It's a 60-foot wide access easement. I think he mentioned a 24-foot ROW or right of way. And just for clarification, it's still a 60-foot wide easement, and the road will still be constructed to 24 feet of width.
Right. Within that 60-foot easement.
Correct. And the pathway will also be within the easement, along with the storm water drainage ditches and all of the utilities.
Correct.
Sorry for interrupting. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for correcting that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I am.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to this amendment request for Mountain View Estate subdivision preliminary approval sub 2018-01. I would move that it is not a substantial change and that they be allowed to move forward with this.
I would agree with that and second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. Okay,
Thank you, Denise.
thanks, Denise.
Thank you.
Thank you, Darren.
Okay. And we're
And thank you,
almost on
Mr. Chairman,
time.
for allowing some citizen comment in there. I like that.
We typically do.
You do, and I'm gonna thank you every
Yeah.
time.
Okay, our next item of business is miscellaneous reports. Don Tibbetts, Republic Services Director of Operations for the Northwest Area Quarterly Update. Seems like I saw you on the, yep, I see you there, Mr. Tibbetts. So if you want to address the board.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me, Commissioner Sauter?
We can, thank you, sir.
All right, fantastic. Well, I have to apologize. I'm actually out at Roosevelt and the internet is not behaving very well today. So if I drop off, I apologize and I'll call back in. Well, first off, I'd like to say hello to the two new commissioners, Commissioner Christopher, Commissioner Anderson. Welcome aboard. Congratulations on your win. And we are very excited to work with you over the course of the next several years. The information that I'll be going over briefly today, I hope was forwarded to you by Ruby a little bit earlier today.
Yes, we did get the report.
Fantastic. So I'm going to be rather truncated in this one, but I'll just call out some highlights, list a couple municipalities that are we see really growing, a couple that we're having concerns with regarding shrinking, and then try to give you, as best as I can at this point, somewhat of a forecast of what we're looking at for 2021. That being said, I'm going to be focusing on columns AQ and AR. That would be year-to-date activity 2019 versus 2020 through December. The first municipality that I'd like to call out is obviously our largest customer, Snohomish County. And as you can see, when we look at 19 versus 20 growth, they increased their growth 5.5%, which is equivalent to nearly 33,000 tons. So Snohomish County continues to grow at quite a rapid pace. Spokane, the combination of their ash, incinerator ash, and their municipal solid waste, again, continues to grow. Not quite as quickly as Snohomish, but still very notable. You'll notice that Mason County has actually grown quite a bit. Now, it's 14.3%. That's significant growth, more than what we've seen throughout the region. That's really not due to volume growth. However, that's due to our municipal manager, Steve Gilmore, working closely with Mason County to allow them to strictly enforce flow control. That allows and for the two new commissioners, flow control, and if everybody's familiar with flow control, then please stop me. But if you're not, flow control is the county's ability to control the waste that's generated within their county geographic boundary to stay within their system. And that's important because obviously with a solid waste system, there's fixed costs associated with that. And so for Mason County to implement flow control and really enforce it, it's both benefiting Mason County and of course Klickitat County. Moving down, we see Thurston County. continues to grow at a good pace as well, 3% year over year, or just under 6,000 tons. And those are probably going to be the Washington counties that I'm going to focus on. And I'll pause briefly to see if anybody has any questions regarding those counties that have experienced significant growth through 2020, even given the pandemic that we've experienced.
Question? No, I think we're good, Don. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So moving down a little bit farther, now I'm going to focus on the British Columbia volumes that we've worked so hard and partnered with Klickitat County with over the years in order to capture. This is not a great story, and there's a couple of reasons for that, which I'll dive into. But quickly, I'll run through them. As you can see, the resort municipality of Whistler is down 25%. Unfortunately, that was a disposal contract that we've held for the last 7 years. And a couple of months ago, we actually lost that. So the resort municipality of Whistler decided to go out to RFP. And unfortunately, we could not offer a low enough price to keep that volume. That's going to be a tone that I'm going to hit on here for a few minutes because we have a new competitor in that market. Well, I shouldn't say new competitor. It has been an existing competitor, and that's a company called Belcorp. Belcorp owns a landfill in British Columbia called Cache Creek. Several years ago, 4 years ago to be precise, Cache Creek reached its lifespan of its permitted footprint, and so it had to close. At that point, they started the permitting process in order to try to expand their footprint. Ultimately, they did receive approval from the provincial government, and they did approve that permit, and they were able to construct a new landfill called Campbell Hill. It's adjacent to Cache Creek. This is going to bring price competitiveness in that market that we have not seen in quite some time. Obviously, with a new landfill, they're extremely capitally intensive, as you can imagine. And Belcorp is definitely out soliciting our current municipal and private customers, trying to draw their volume in. We have lobbyists in that area, both private and at the government level, that continue to try to win favor of the municipalities as well as our private customers. However, without our ability to get up there due to the borders being closed, it's really drawing, it's becoming an issue. So as soon as that border opens, you can imagine I'll be making my way north rather quickly to try to get my arms around the situation. However, that's only going to do so much. To put that into perspective for the board, over the course of the last 6 years, we have grown our British Columbia volume from 180,000 tons to what we were experiencing earlier this year, which is 600,000 tons. So as you can imagine, that's a large amount of revenue for not only Republic, but certainly for Klickitat County as well. So this is one of my number one priorities, and one we're going to have to attack face on. I know I kind of rambled that off pretty quick, so I'll pause here and see if there are any questions regarding Campbell Hill, Belcorp, or the loss of the British Columbia tons that we've experienced.
No, I think we're good.
You guys are easy. You're not even giving me a chance to take a drink of water here, Commissioner Sauter.
You're explaining it well enough. We're following right along.
Right along. Yeah.
Okay. That being said, when we look at the volume holistically and from a high level, when we compare 2020 to 2019, you can see we're roughly 5.5% off, or about 135,000 tons less in 2020 when compared to 2019. And ultimately, I feel that's a win. You know, if we look back through 2020 and everything that the economies have gone through, specifically in Washington, with so many businesses being closed down, to be able to finish the year so close to last year, I think that's really a testament to our Waste by Rail network, as well as the resiliency of the residents of the state of Washington. What we see in 2021 is much better than 2020. And now I'm trying to forecast, so I have my crystal ball out and I'm rolling the bones right now, if you will. So to start off with January, we're seeing special waste volumes much higher than we ever have. So typically in January, the construction sites on the western side of the state typically stop if there's dirt work associated with it. If they've started the structures, they continue. But once the structures are started, then we don't see the volume of that at the landfill. We primarily see that in the form of contaminated soil, or what we call special waste. Normally, when you get into the wet season, it's just very difficult for the contractors to not only excavate efficiently, but to adhere to the strict regulations regarding stormwater prevention in the state of Washington when we have the amount of rain that we experience in typical Januaries. What's even more puzzling is, I believe I saw on the news last week that this January is the wettest January on record in something like 40 years. We've received over 8 inches of rain in the Seattle market. So to see these volumes being produced at this level is very, very encouraging for us for 2021. To dive into that just a little bit more, in January of 2020, which obviously was prior to any impact from COVID, we did a total of 178,000 tons at Roosevelt. This month, while the month is not done, we're trending to hit right at 208 to 210,000 tons. So an increase year over year of 30 to 35,000 tons, which is extremely significant. Will be the highest January on record in the existence of Roosevelt. So that is very, very promising. We're very hopeful that that is going to continue throughout the course of 2021, especially as the economies reopen, as ideally the British Columbia or the Canadian border reopens and we're allowed to get back up into that market and really start working the relationships that we have. Brief update, and I do apologize. This is an open RFP situation, so I have to be very, very brief on this, but recently Kitsap County released an RFP for a disposal contract. This was the first sizable opportunity. When I say sizable, roughly 250,000 tons, which would equate to nearly 10% of the overall volume that we bring into Roosevelt each year. This is the first contract of this size to come on the market in that we didn't already hold in years. So this was a very large opportunity. Klickitat County worked very closely with us through the process of our response to the RFP. And unfortunately, staff at this point has not recommended that the county move forward with us. Now, we're not done with Kitsap County because, quite frankly, we were very shocked at this because we were actually the low price provider that responded to the RFP. We don't have exact numbers, but we believe it's nearly $2 a ton that we were the low price provider. And that's rather significant, especially for a county like Kitsap County. So over the course of 10 years, I'm going to do some math rounding here, but that's nearly $7 million. So $7 million at a higher rate that the county staff is suggesting that the ratepayers should pay, what we find is ridiculous. Not only that, our competitor, Waste Management, has proposed that they need to construct some immediate rail infrastructure at the transfer station to the tune of a little over $7 million as well. Our rail experience is far superior to Waste Management. We have the largest waste by rail network in the entire country, not the region, but the country, and we're very proud of that. We have 11 intermodals throughout the Pacific Northwest, and Waste Management has 0. That in itself shows that we have much more rail experience than Waste Management. And so when we approached the county, informing them that the infrastructure was not necessary to move that tonnage, and we were offering that savings to them, quite frankly, we were shocked that staff did not recommend that to council, or excuse me, to the commissioners. So at this point, the commissioners have asked staff to review several processes as well as some scoring, because $14 million over a 10-year period, that is nothing to sneeze at. So that's about all I can say on it at this point. I'm happy to elaborate at a further date, but right now we are continuing to work with the county, and we ultimately hope they make the right decision for the county and ultimately their taxpayers and their residents. Any questions on the KITSAP process?
No, I think we've all been briefed previous, so we're kind of up to speed on that.
Okay, great. Ruby, thank you for providing that briefing. The next topic I'd like to discuss is one that we're going to have to look at very, very hard, and we're going to have a lot further discussions on it, and that's Thurston County. So Thurston County is our second largest municipal customer for Roosevelt. Their volume is roughly 225 to 235,000 tons per year. We've held that contract for roughly 20 years, and the relationships that we hold with the county are very strong. However, they are going out to RFP after nearly 20 years. That would be expected, so no alarm there. However, our competitors, not only Waste Management, but Waste Connections, are going to go hard after this volume. This is equivalent to KITSAP volume, and Waste Connections did not go after KITSAP volume because they did not have a transportation solution. However, for Thurston County, they will. So this is one that we're going to have to brainstorm quite a bit internally, meaning out Republic. And I'm very anxious to meet with the commissioners at a later date to update them with all of the information we believe we have, fill in more questions they may have about the RFP itself, timing, and any other thing that that might come from diving into this a little bit. And I do apologize for not releasing a lot of information. The RFP was released just the previous week. So we're still in the process of diving into it. And the response is due, I want to say, in April. That one is first and foremost, that's more important to me right now than continuing the KITSAP discussion, but happy to answer questions on either of them if anybody has anything.
No, John,
Okay.
I think we're good.
Okay, great. Okay. The final one I'm going to touch on is Metro Vancouver. So this is Metro Vancouver, British Columbia. So 4 years ago, as I mentioned, when Bell Corp closed down their Cache Creek landfill, Metro Vancouver put out an RFP for a disposal contract for a contingency landfill. We replied to that or responded to that RFP and ultimately were selected as one of the providers to provide disposal services. So for the past 4 years, we have been exporting Metro Vancouver waste from the greater Vancouver area to Roosevelt. And that contract is daylighting and coming to an end, and they will be going out to RFP again. Like I said earlier, with Bell Corp opening up Campbell Hill landfill, this is going to be a very competitive situation. Now, that doesn't mean that we're not going to go after it full force, but it's just something that I'd like to make sure it's on everybody's radar. To date, Metro Vancouver is not a sizable customer. On average, they've sent us about 40,000 tons per year over the course of this contract. However, due to certain environmental regulations in British Columbia, the Lower Mainland, as well as political pressure, they would like to limit the amount of tons that they send to their municipally owned landfill, which is called the Delta landfill. And they would like to find a home for, their solid waste management plan calls for about 700,000 tons. Now, we don't believe this RFP will be for all 700,000 tons. We believe that there's going to be bits and pieces of it that they'll carve off over the course of time. But this one will likely be at least 150,000 metric tons. So that being said, we anticipate that coming out probably Q2 of this year. And I am absolutely hopeful that the border can open up prior to then, because like I mentioned previously, we do have government lobbyists up there. However, it doesn't go quite as well as myself and a few others being able to meet with the individuals that are putting that RFP out and really walk them through the waste by rail network that we're able to offer them, as well as the environmental sustainability of the renewable natural gas plant at Roosevelt. They find as they should, a lot of value in that plant. And so we hope to really be able to get up there and make sure everybody understands how we can differentiate, and Klickitat County can differentiate what they have to offer when compared to some of the other opportunities or options they may have. Any questions on Metro Vancouver?
Nope.
Okay. And actually, last thing that I'll share is some disappointing news, and I'm assuming that the commissioners have probably been briefed on it already. But in case you haven't been, we were verbally awarded the special waste job out of Yakima, which is the relocation of part of their landfill. At the last minute, Waste Connections came in behind a closed door and undercut us. I won't even go down my thoughts on the ethical nature of that, as at that point our price was public, and for the contractor to use our price, which was the best at the time of the RFP, to then leverage that with a competing company and get a reduction on that. That's very, very disappointing. That doesn't mean that we're giving up on waste out of that market. We'll continue to hit that full force, but unfortunately we have lost that job.
Okay. How many tons was that for?
That was 170,000 tons. It was rather significant. The interesting thing about that job is that was what we call direct haul, meaning it was going to be trucked to Roosevelt, as opposed to being put on the rail. The rail does have some capacity limitations. And so whenever we have the opportunity to secure jobs that are direct hauled, it's very appealing because we can keep the rail open for further away jobs.
Very, very disappointing, just from makes it hard to want to do business in that part of the world if you can't trust people for what they say. But
Absolutely, and extremely frustrating because this contractor literally was excited. We went through the whole process with them of getting them on our contractor approval list, because they basically said, hey, we want to use your price. It's the best price. We're going to go with you. In return, we would also like to be allowed to be on your contractor list for when you perform construction projects at Roosevelt. So we went through the internal process to do that, the whole legal process in order to get them added to it. And then they still walked at the last minute for what I'm assuming is probably about $1 a ton.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Well, you're very welcome. If there's any other questions, I'm happy to answer them. If not, I'll wish all of you a great afternoon, and I look forward to meeting you in person, hopefully very soon.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Don.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay. That brings us to consent. So this Courtney can be on our way.
Well, did anybody have any questions for Ms. Courtney?
I have to think of some.
Yeah.
Do you have any we should be asking?
Yeah.
I don't believe so.
All right.
No, at the time we've been using a Spanish interpreter out of the Dells, and he's no longer going to be doing services. There was like a 2-hour minimum, and we were having to pay for transportation. With the language line contract, it would allow us to communicate by telephone, which during this pandemic is beneficial.
And it's cheaper to me, so
significantly.
I like cheaper
Yes, very, very cheaper.
and more efficient. So yeah,
Yes.
no, I'm good with it.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve all 6 items on the consent agenda.
I would second that motion.
Okay, a motion, a second to approve the consent agenda. Any further discussion? Tough question for Courtney? No, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go ahead and pay the bills, I guess.
Chairman, I would make a motion to pay the accounts payable in the amount of $52,361.69, as well as the combined payroll in the amount of $1,061,381.43, for a combined total of $1,113,743.12 for the date ending January 25th, 2021.
I would second the motion to pay the bills.
Okay, I got a motion, a second to pay the bills. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. Okay. Mr. Treasurer, yes. You're up. Treasurer Greg Gallagher for financial and revenues update.
Yay. I was gonna say, you only brought good information.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah, mostly.
It's all about perspective.
It could be worse.
It could be worse, that's right.
Okay, this isn't in our,
Nope, it's not in your packet because this came from our meeting that we had on Friday, so I bring it.
After packet.
Jake doesn't like real paper.
Yeah, I know. I know, and I'm working on that, and I will try to figure out. Yes, I did catch that the last time I was here, that you're not you
No
want
problem.
electronically, so I will work on that. So thank you, commissioners. I was gonna go through the update. This is gonna come up here in just a second. We had the finance committee meeting on Friday, 1/22. The first order of business was, we do have a conflict on time. Dave has now a meeting at 11, that's gonna start at 11, so we had a conversation, we're gonna move the finance committee meeting from 9 to 11. That way that would accommodate the commissioner for his other meeting, I guess. And so we're gonna do that, everybody agreed. We discussed the grant subcommittee. During the COVID, we created the finance committee, and as we started meeting on a regular basis, came up with the grant subcommittee, which was a group of 5 folks that were kind of tracking the COVID CARES money and other fundings. We found that worked really well to have a summary of that. I printed out from the annual report, I didn't print it out, but I went back and looked at the annual report from last year. I want to say the grants made up about 4 or 5 pages of the annual report, so there's quite a few of them out there. So it would be nice to maybe stay up on those through the year as we go through and just kind of keep tabs on where the grants are, how big they are, so on and so forth. And it would also be nice for some departments that don't work with grants. Brenda ultimately, as the auditor, has to report them on the annual report. So kind of trying to stay up and trying to stay ahead of the game. So it was talked about of continuing that method as an avenue. The grant subcommittee would not be a decision-making group. It would be more of just a tracking group and an advisement group, so that there are places out there that can go through and get grants that they would be able to help and assist. And also a way to try to come up with a rubric of some sort or another to be able to bring to the board and help the folks doing the grants come to the board with a rubric that would say, hey, we're going to get this much money. It's going to cost us this much money. And so, there's a way so you guys would have the ability to evaluate all the grant revenues that we would be getting on kind of a same basis kind of situation, so that, if somebody comes and says, hey, here's a grant, not all grants are good grants. And so kind of a way to evaluate everything and make them apples and apples. So it was talked about who would be on that committee. We discussed, it was 5. We've discussed possibly making it 5+1. And I was going to reach out after I had this meeting with you guys, but we talked about a person from the auditor's office. So more than likely, maybe Brenda's chief deputy, a person from the treasurer's office. So I have an accountant that I have in my office. The physical manager person that reports to Rob would be on there. Public Works would have a person there, which is so far what it was. Then a person for HR, so that if there was some kind of a personnel issue or something with people coming on or coming off, there would be another kind of person of that knowledge. And then possibly a person from the prosecutor, or having the person from the prosecutor available to this group as they went through and talked to everybody. So kind of covering all bases, including Public Works, because they do a lot of grants. So we want to make sure that they're in the loop on that kind of thing. So I will be reaching out to some of those folks, probably Gordy later this week, to kind of, as the head of the finance committee, to say, hey, who would you like, and kind of try to formulate that group and kind of make it a more formal thing for Klickitat County. We've not really ever had that, but it did seem to work. And it also stayed, if there was some issues, we were able to kind of have upstream and downstream communication. And I think just the communication was good and kept everything going where it needed to go. So we did have that discussion at the grant subcommittee, or at the finance committee meeting. Then we talked about, and timing is perfect, although I forgot the landfill update was going to be, so I was waiting outside because I had forgotten. We talked about the landfill allocation. We did receive our fourth quarter landfill payment, which is applied to January of 2021. So because we're cash, it doesn't matter. That's when it comes in. The payment was 2.3 million, 2.357 million. And traditionally, so I'm going to start from last year. So last year, Glenn has used this model, and it's page 1 of how we have allocated the landfill. So I went in here and updated it so that we had the final 2020 version, and this kind of how everything panned out. And that was how we had budgeted, or how we had done it last year. Page 2 is a sheet that I think is important just because it kind of gives us some historical perspective on the landfill, but it just kind of gives us the payments and what the percentage of the total allotment is. So like traditionally, the first payment, is the 10-year average, I think, is 23%. The second quarter payment's 24%. The third quarter is the highest at 28%. And then the fourth quarter is back at 25%. So it just helps us as we break down the revenues that are coming in. So I did update this. This is updated through the fourth quarter payment. So I included it in the packet. The third page is a draft page that I put together. I added a column in for the 2020 budget so we can see the amount that was there. And I have next to it the 2021 budget. If you get to the bottom, and I look at everything all the time, and I added a line in there. That's okay. The budgeted 2021 is 10.6 million. That's what the budget shows that we have allotted for landfill revenues coming in. And so we need to have a plan on how to allocate those revenues as they come in. So the first column right there for deposited fourth quarter, that's how we have done that. If you go back to the budgeted amounts, there's a couple of changes on here. One is in the general fund on the very top line, that 140,000, it is in the budget for 2021 as 200,000. So there is a $60,000 increase to that line item. I went back and looked at the contracts. The contracts are very significant, and there's a lot of different pages that come from them. So I couldn't figure out maybe why that was put in there. And I talked to Rob, and we think that Glenn might have added that in there, and there might be a reason for that. We can't figure it out right now this minute. I reduced the 60,000 that was over because of the way his sheet works. It backs into some numbers. So the number that I can see on the information from Allied is the 132,000, which is a constant amount for the admin fee. So I moved the 60 for only this purposes down to in the solid waste fees. So I bumped up the second general fund amount. It's still in the general fund. The cash is still in the same amount. We can put it back where we want to, but until we kind of figure that part out as to why the administrative fees got budgeted up a little higher, I wasn't sure. So I moved that number. Otherwise, if you look, the general fund tax relief as we go down through the budgeted items is a little lower. The general fund non-tax relief number is a little higher. I think they offset themselves within a couple $1,000s. At the bottom, I haven't had time to do this, but I will break this out for going forward. The bond number went from 652,000 because now we have to pay for the new building and the Pioneer Center for a period of time to 1.4. During the finance committee, we did discuss breaking those two numbers out. So I will do that on a going forward, and I'll add to there.
How much longer do we have on the Pioneer Center?
I want to say 2 years. I can't remember. I think we have 21. I think it's in 22. I think we pay 21 and then we pay 22. but I can.
That's the way I remembered it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So some of the numbers run together in my head, but I'm pretty sure that one is the last payments in 2022.
But the Dallasport, the last payment is
This year.
This year, yeah. On the Public Works Trust Fund loan, there is an SRF, a state revolving fund loan that I want to say goes to 2023, but I believe that the amount is like $50,000 or something like that. It's very small.
It's only
amount.
50,000.
Well, no, I know that, but I'm just meaning it's not the
Well,
large, but it does, there is just a little bit hanging out there. And it's a zero interest, I believe, and could, I think, probably be paid off if we choose to do that. But otherwise, everything stayed the same. The only other two numbers that were added from the budget of 2020 to 2021 were the cumulative reserve. There's 250,000 that was budgeted to put into there. And there is 16,800 into emergency management 127. So I kept those in there. So the bottom line is that I'm proposing that we put in, and I took out the 11, I kind of put in the 45 up at the top and took the 45 out at the bottom until we can figure out a little bit more of where the landfill. So it basically, that just zeroed that one out without taking it out of Glenn's sheet, because I don't really understand some of the pieces 100%. I've only been working with this thing for about a week and some change. So I want to make sure we validate some of these numbers, but I'm proposing that we book the first quarter deposit as stated there on the first column. And actually we booked it, but we'll adjust it accordingly once you guys, but we needed to book that money in so we could put it into our cash flow. So that's what we're proposing to do with it. Then going forward, we would have kind of these numbers. We talked at, and these are kind of around, like, for example, we have to put the money into the 201 fund by the second quarter because the bond payments are due in June. So there's a lot of things with cash flow. So we could move some of these things around and have a greater discussion. This is more out there for you guys to look at. One of the discussions during the finance committee meeting brought up by Commissioner Sauter was, well, when we're, for example, we're at 2.3 million. If you go by the budget in the 10-year average, we're 95,000 below budget on the first payment, but we don't really get to below budget because it kind of rolls over and rolls over. Really, the rubber meets the road in the fourth payment of the calendar year, or of the year of 2021. So even though we're under by 95, we've just reallocated this out in hopes that maybe next quarter will be a little bit better. So, so mostly we're just kind of saying, this is what we do. We're open to discussion. This is the way the budget is put in there. I know that that's kind of where I guess I'm opening up to questions. The only other thing was, Dave, I included on the last page, the fourth page, and I put on information only. That was the original one I had brought to the meeting on Friday. That had the negative, that had the 200,000 at the top.
Right.
And so I was just in case you were, I just included that for informational purposes only, because after we kind of talked and I took some things into account. So I guess on this, before we go any further, are there any questions about this, or is there anything, I mean, outside of splitting out the long-term debt, and I think we do need to do that, and I think that's important for the building here and the Pioneer Center. Is there any thoughts on this, I guess?
First question, general fund went from 2.9 to 3.55, 600,000. Is that trying to fill that hole?
I think that's what was needed in order to balance the budget when they went through the budgeting. So I'm not really there on where these numbers came. I don't really have a part of that. Those came from the budget.
Actually, if I can correct
Okay.
that. Actually, overall is the same. The lines just got
it came from the
changed
top.
out. See the line above, and we talked about that.
Yep,
It's
we
something that the board needs to talk about. It was always booked as tax relief and general fund, even though the tax relief part was not. I think it was more so that you could say you were providing tax relief versus actual. I mean, yes, that was dollars that we were not levying as taxes but it's the same money. And so really what was going into the general fund was those two numbers together, which was about $5 million, and it's still about $5 million. So if you'll notice in 2020, the tax relief was 1.9 million, and the 21 is 1.4. So it went down. That's where the difference came from. And it just got added to the lower line. But really, you should view those lines together.
Right, it's $100,000 difference.
Right.
All.
So that was
Is all.
all just $100,000. One thing,
Okay,
comment.
that made me feel a lot better.
Yeah, and I would note too is that the landfill for the first quarter payment, it may not seem like it, but that we're only $95,000 short of our budgeted, which was a number that we seemed unattainable.
Mm-hmm.
That's really positive, because if you go back through the history of stuff, we've had quarters where we were off $95,000 in the first quarter, and that we were able to make that up. So, you know, the 10.6 it's plausible that we could actually get there. And I would remind us that the 10.6 does include the final payment on Dallasport, which we won't have next year.
Right.
So that's about $500,000.
And then we did discuss that at the finance committee, that at the bottom, underneath of the Pioneer Center, there's the Dallasport Water WWTF, that's the water sewer system. That number will, once it's paid off, would not be there's no debt with that. And when we made the assumptions with working through for the new building, we assumed that money, that 555 would then roll into the number above it, and that those two would go together, that would continue going to the 401.
Right.
And is the 1442 for the Pioneer Center go, when we finish the building, is that number going to go up, or is that going to be, what it is?
It's going to stay, it's going to go, yes, and I can bring, when we pay off the Pioneer Center, that number is going to go down slightly, because we're not going to have the Pioneer debt to it, but we're going to continue then to pay on this building for the 20 years.
So yeah, it's not like it's ramping up because we're not done yet. That's okay. It's equalized over the
correct.
The
yes,
whole
the payment
thing.
was fairly flat.
Yeah,
might have gone up or down 100,000.
So I mean, the good news is this number, you know, long term for sustainability is $555,000 less than this. This year's an anomaly. It's not, because it's the double payment. So I mean, there's still
the next couple of years will also be that double payment, because you still have the
Pioneer Center
for one more year.
One more year.
So we got to get through the 2 years.
Right. So there's some things that are going to change on there. I'm just going by what the budgeted number was in the budget, so that equal, you know, so that's kind of where these numbers are coming from. So if the supplemental budget changes, or if something happens, we would obviously adjust these accordingly.
So if I'm reading this right, and memory serves, on that, the bond payment line, 175,000 is the Pioneer Center, 1.266.
No, that's not.
So what is that number?
Basically, the 175 is just, I advanced, it was instead of.
It's in the quarter.
I just put it in that
never
payment
mind.
instead of the other. So instead of it being 1442 and paying it in full in the second payment, I just brought 175.
Right, okay.
And that, all I did was really try to balance the payment so that I can apply it somewhere.
So how much do we currently pay on the Pioneer?
I'll bring, I don't have it out.
I don't have my big book.
I didn't even think about grabbing that.
I thought it was somewhere. That's why it kind of.
No, I think you're right.
I think it's
fairly
around
close.
175,000. So that will go away.
I was gonna say
So
200.
for everybody that's on the phone, what you're saying is the numbers that came out of the landfill for the year that we were looking to be down 15%, we're going to be down about 5% for last year. This year started out, according to Don, looking better than where we've ever been in terms of the first January. And where we're actually looking in terms of the numbers this year is actually not bad at all.
I would agree. And really, we're bringing this to you guys because I think it's somewhere along the road, I don't know, when we talked about the landfill payment coming in, that board was wanting to be, involved in this allocation process. And if we are short or long, how does this get laid out? My office, all we need to know is where to book the revenue to. So we need, so we kind of have a guide. And as we get closer to the next time around, we'll come in and we'll say, okay, this is where the next payment is. So if you guys choose to change it, the one thing though that I would say that I know of for right now is that the contract specifically states some of these pieces. I know that there's a specific piece that talks about the annual guarantee in the bottom for the $41,000 that goes to economic development. I believe that's stated in the contracts. And I believe that the administrative fee is somewhat stated in the contracts as far as that part of it. And there's some breakout there. But I mean, we could go and work into some of those. So that's where we're putting the money today. And if we want to go through this sheet or come up with some other method to do it, we're open, I think. Did you have any other thing on that, Dave, that I left out?
No, I think that's accurate. I guess, yeah, the board can have a discussion if we want to.
Yeah.
It would just be more the timing of, this is in the budget as far as the totals are in the budget.
Right.
The question would be the timing of, and first quarter goes here, here, and this was sort of developed over time by looking at the cash flow and those, like I know.
Health, like for example, the health department's on there.
Unless somebody can come up with a good
different
change it, I don't know why you need to fix something.
And,
right, it's not wrong.
And that's why I agree too. And that's why this is there. So we're just bringing it out to you guys to say this has been working. We're going to try to continue going down this path. If there's something out there, then let us know. The only other thing that did get changed on here is typically on the road fund, they get a payment in the second, they get one of the second and third payments. We move them to the third and the fourth, trying to just balance out the dollars to where it was. So some of those can be moved around, but those were a change if you go back to the 2020. But then 2020, we pushed them out too because of cash flow. So it really kind of depended on cash flow. And that was really kind of the thing. And the road fund currently has good cash flow. If they get down there and there's a pinch, we can work something out and move things around. But that's kind of where we got to. So anyway, that was that piece of it. Any other questions, Jake, Dan, Dave? Then we talked about, we had a brief discussion about the finance steering committee. Actually after Dave left, because the meeting did continue because Brenda and I were still a quorum. So we did have a short meeting. Rob brought that up and Brenda said she is working on that to get the meeting going regarding the financial system. And then we set the next meeting for 1/22 and that meeting will be at 9 o'clock. And I will get that posted in the paper. The only other things I have are Krista did conclude her portion of the levy process for the assessor's office. So now that turns over to the treasurer's office and we will go through and assess the taxes. We send tax bills out the end of February so if somebody has a question, you can let them know that we're on track to do the same, I would assume. So we'll be working on getting the taxes assessed. And then lastly, I've heard you guys talk about it and I heard the update from Mr. Pot or the Potts company. I don't know what it's
Zach,
thank you. There are two bills out there that I know of in the Treasurers Association. I know that they're coming after the late payment penalties and the interest. One of them, and the concern is not, I don't know, I was thinking about this. I'm not sure it's losing the revenue or losing the stick, because it's a twofold kind of thing. Because if you lose the stick, then what's the cash flow going to go? So currently right now, I don't think they're looking to take away the whole penalties and interest. These ones were House Bill 1332 was looking to try to defer taxes or defer penalties and interest on businesses that had up to a 20% decrease due to COVID. I have two concerns with that. One is I don't want to be the person determining whether somebody had a 20% decrease. Most of the treasurers, actually I shouldn't say most, it looked pretty unanimous. We're opposed to the bill from the standpoint of, the just losing the penalties and interest and having to do the administrative folks. That was Pierce County was one of the big ones that didn't like it. So it's the bigger counties too, but just letting you guys know. And I bring this up because the revenue comes into your guys's general fund. So that it's really money that you guys get. And the other one was Senate Bill 5282. Currently on our payment plans, we basically just take them and allow them to pay it 12 months, their bill over a 12-month period. And they're still paying the penalties and interest on their taxes. So we're still getting the interest and penalties. The taxpayer still is responsible for them because they didn't pay them on time, but we're doing a payment plan on installments. Our office is not set up to do installments. We're not staffed to get payments, monthly. If we got the amount of payments monthly, we'd have a problem, but we do it for payment plan people to try to keep them going. The concern that I have is that they want to eliminate and let everybody go to tax or no interest and penalties on a payment plan. Then all of a sudden, do people stop paying their taxes? And then, so again, it just notes, there's lots of things out there on that, but I just wanted to bring those to your guys' attention that, there'll be lots of discussion before it's over, but two of them that I see. And I truly believe from a budgeting perspective, at some point, and I believe it's about $500,000, at some point, that is something that is going to get reduced. It just has been on the radar of folks in Olympia, and I worry that something's gonna happen to it, but I hope we can hold on to it and mostly for anything else, have the stick out there to be able to get people to pay, because we collected, like I said, 98%. And if we went to 90%, it's not maybe going to impact the county on day one, but it could impact a cemetery district or a fire district or other districts.
It's not just you without the stick. They don't pay their rent. They don't pay their PUD bill. They don't pay their car payment. They don't.
Yes. Any other questions from the board?
No, sir. Anything, Dan? No?
I will work on
All right.
it. All right,
Sir.
thank you guys.
Thank
Have
you,
a great
sir.
day.
Okay, next.
Do we want to do board pending before the prosecutor?
Well, that kind of depends. For everybody on the phone, yeah. But some of the prosecutor stuff kind of plays into my board pending too, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay with the,
Okay.
so I don't think there'll be that much anyway. So, next,
Unfortunately, everybody on the phone is not gonna like us for doing that, but I think it needs to be done that way.
this is our,
I know.
so, next is the prosecuting attorney. Mr. Prosecutor, anything that you wish to update the board on or have need to update the board on?
Not at this time, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, see, look at that, that worked. Okay, next, so that brings us to
Are we not gonna do any executive session?
yes, we are. So then our next item is a possible executive session in accordance with RCW 42.30.110 to review the performance, discipline, or qualification of a public employee. I guess I would look to the Administrative Services Director as far as to how much time do you think this is gonna take?
Depending on the discussion, 30 minutes.
30 minutes? Okay, then I am gonna switch this around. We're gonna take that last. Just so that we have.
Just because you had to take too much time. We're wrenching my.
Well, no, because it's like if we announce for 30 minutes, we can't come back earlier.
Right.
So we may not do that. So we're gonna flip things around a little bit. We're gonna do board pending. Ms. Anderson, Lori Anderson from Planning Department.
So Mochi and I are here to just kind of update you on the under campus glamping project, the proposal in the Houston BZ area. Planning wise, it'll include various permits, including SEPA, a conditional use permit, the recreation park, as well as the final binding site plan. And we had the SEPA review Friday, just a couple days ago, was the deadline for appeals. And actually on Thursday, we did receive 2 appeals. One was from Steve Morrow, an individual, and the other one was from the Klickitat Land Preservation Fund et al., which includes the Friends of Oak Ridge, the Columbia Gorge Audubon, and Dennis and Bonnie White. And kind of the reason we're here is that state law requires if there's an underlying mining permit, in this case, the conditional use permit, which does require a public hearing. And now that we have the SEPA appeal, that too would involve a public hearing. And the way things are written, that we would then need to combine the 2 public hearings into one. And the county commissioners can either be the hearing body or they could appoint a hearings examiner. And obviously, I just kind of dumped this on you, so we don't necessarily expect an answer today, but maybe you could direct us in the next week or however long.
I would say, from my perspective, this is a pretty big issue, and I'm a little uncomfortable with the board discussing and taking action on what our choice is without it being properly noticed, really. I mean, board pending is a general term that we use, which I'm fine. I mean, I think that because we need the background so that we can know, but I would really recommend to my seatmates that we notice this, meaning it's just on the agenda that we're going to be discussing this, because I know there's a lot of interest in this, and that we do that, and then we make a decision as to what we're going to do with this next Tuesday, and that way the public has an opportunity to know we're going to be discussing it and to listen in or watch while the discussion is going on. So I'm curious what my seatmates, obviously that's not my decision alone, it's up to the board what they want to do.
I agree with your decision. I think most of those people are probably on there right now, but there are some that may not know.
Yeah.
So I think that's in good faith to those people.
Okay, and I know.
So
I'm not trying.
I'm flexible.
Yeah, as you know, I'm recusing myself,
Right.
but as a point of order, do we have a certain time frame that we have to deal with this as to next Tuesday, to give direction on which direction?
Yeah, I don't want to run afoul of the law on this.
I believe a week is appropriate, if it was gonna be months before you
We're
can
not
make a decision.
dragging it out. We're gonna
Right.
make a move.
No, I would say when is, we've received apparently 2 appeals.
Correct.
I'm assuming there is a specified amount of time that we could use to determine which, because we have a couple different options always
Right.
available to us.
Right.
I'm assuming a week is isn't going to tighten that up too much.
Correct, and we don't really have a definitive time frame that we have to hear the appeal. We just need to know, the process, the procedure going forward. We obviously need to coordinate with all parties to get a hearing date scheduled.
Okay.
So you're essentially just looking for us to give you a final answer if we're going to hear this or if we're going to send it out to a hearing examiner.
Yes.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm available to do it today. If you want to take a week and get more people on the phone, that's fine with me too.
I
get it.
I do, as far as we get, in the interest of transparency,
Right. I don't want
think
anybody to think
people.
we're trying to sneak something through real fast.
Exactly, and it's that you don't just stick things in board pending and then,
No
because
newspaper
people,
sign.
when are looking, there should be a topic. That's why
Right.
we publish an agenda in advance.
Right.
And so I just think this is a big deal and we should,
Okay.
I don't see that it's just, I think it gives the
Yeah, I
opportunity
don't
for
know that
people
we're
to
going
watch.
to educate ourselves or anything. In the meantime,
No.
it's just in the transparency and you let the people know what's going on. I agree, and I would.
So I guess, I guess I'd look to the clerk as far as a time to schedule next week, as far as so if there are folks listening, or even right now, when are we thinking?
I need to really look at the agenda. We've got several things already pending.
Okay.
It'll be posted Thursday.
Okay.
And they're welcome to call tomorrow. I should have an answer. If they'd like to call the office, I can let them know.
Okay.
But a definite for sure next Thursday or
Next Tuesday, yeah.
I think what I'll do is I'll step out of the room next Tuesday, but I think it'd be a good idea if Q is on the phone during that time, if you can make sure that happens.
Yeah.
If who, sorry, we were
The
quiet.
prosecuting
Got
attorney
it,
is
yeah.
available. It's on the phone. Okay, do you have what you need then?
I believe so. Thank you.
Thank you.
And have a good afternoon,
Yeah.
y'all.
Just
Not
a
behind the
minor
post.
decision to think about for a week, right?
Would you like me to see if the director would come back?
Yeah, come back now.
Did we have anything else for board pending?
Oh, I guess. Did we?
I have a couple of ideas I want to bounce off your head. I guess I would say concerns and things in our code for decommissioning, where they put a bond for half and the scrap value covers the other half. It's a very interesting theory. I'm going to use that word. But also, if you look at the per acre price of a lease over the term of a lease, boy, they could have bought the farm for a heck of a lot cheaper. It makes me, with the amount of decommissioned places that are out there, not getting a full bond for the full decommissioning scares the heck out of me. I also want to throw out for your consideration to look into further the possibility of looking into, let's call it a royalty. DNR gets 12.5% royalty on oil and gas. I don't know for sure that we can or can't. That would be something to look into, and maybe a prosecutor, but putting a policy in place in a new development, we would get a royalty of whatever 5%, whatever number, and if possible, if there's any interest to look into that. That's kind of my board pending. Just brainstorming some ideas for you to think about.
One thing I wanted to talk about was the Senate bill that's brought up. It's been in our email, and it regards Ms. Judy Warnick's bill, and if
Is that the 5206?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, and whether we want to take a position on that. Mochi just walked out, but I emailed Mochi today asking, how would this affect us with regards to potential solar west of 97? We'll be done in a second.
She's still out there if you want to talk to her.
And she said, you know, that only applies to extensive ag land, which is covered in a portion of the properties that are under lease that I understand. Not all of it is extensive ag, but a good
Right. There's
portion.
one little block of extensive ag, and all those Fish Hatchery Road properties are.
And then as it goes east. But the one thing she did say is that the bill only deals with the FSEC expedited processing.
Right.
It doesn't actually stop you from going through FSEC.
Correct.
So in that
It's a very
regard,
limited scope of changing FSEC.
yes, it still keeps it going. You can still go through FSEC. So I don't know.
Remove FSEC.
But it does not remove it.
Correct.
And so with that, does it seem like a good thing to
To
remove?
me,
the
it drops
expedited?
the expediency out of FSEC, and anytime you can drop expediency, to me, and that's a good thing. But I would still just say I don't think anybody expects you to make a decision today. You know, maybe read the whole bill and get some info out there, and you know, I'm not asking you to support anything in a hurry. Do your due diligence.
Okay, well, it's up to the board. If the board wants to sign on and support as the board, they certainly can. I'd say I'm not necessarily, it sounds.
It's a really short bill, like for bills.
Okay.
And I didn't see any G co-sponsors. There's only Judy and one other R.
Yeah, I don't think it's going anywhere, but it's there.
But with that said, I do support that bill. And so I'd be willing to make a motion that we sign on in support of the bill.
I stole it. You're gonna steal my motion? Okay, go ahead, G.
Well, you
No, I
can,
think I would.
need-
Go ahead.
I
You
need
made
a
the motion,
second.
so I'm gonna second it.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to sign on as the county in support of the bill. Any discussion?
Actually, yes, I want to give Mr. Sauter time to.
Well, I'm just gonna, it's the motion's on the table.
That's true.
So
I was gonna say. I was
So
trying to keep
all
mine
in
to read.
favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
And I'm gonna abstain because I haven't read the bill.
Yeah, there you go.
So, but motion passes, so we will do that. Okay, any other board pending? I'm trying to be cognizant of time.
Yep.
As we had an earlier discussion.
Sure.
Okay, so we are back to, this is our executive session in accordance with RCW 42.30.110(1) This is to review the performance, discipline, and or qualifications of a public employee. You want 30 minutes? You want to start with 20 and we can extend, or what do you think?
I would say go smaller and go bigger.
Why don't we do that? I'm gonna set this for 20 minutes. I would note for folks on the Zoom call, obviously the executive session is gonna be offline. We do not have any other items on the agenda after this. So I would not anticipate us, and we can't take action in executive session. So I don't, are we thinking that we might potentially have some action?
I'm gonna be done after this.
Well,
I don't know.
so I guess
Any
check back in
potential
20
action for
minutes. We
this?
will come back in
There might be action.
20 minutes unless we extend. So with that, I will